turn that on. Right there. A little bit of lighting. A little bit of testing. Audio with that. There we go. Seems all right. Yep, we're good. We're good. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another episode of We're going to keep getting moderates until the weather says no. Stop. First things first, it is March 26th, 2023. I'll tell you what, this event has been materializing over the past, I would say, 36 hours. 36 hours, this event has started to materialize. At this stage, yesterday, I believe it was only... So it was a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, but the tornado risk in itself was actually a 2 out of 5 on the tornado scale. It's actually a 5% chance. And now we have evolved into a very skinny looking 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in the deep south. Very skinny looking risk over here, which extends from Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama. And the tornado risk is accompanied with it too. So we also have, let's just get through the general shenanigans before we get into, specifics. All right. First off, on your screen right now is the convective outlook for severe weather here today. If you live in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you should probably pay attention, specifically in the orange and the red. If you're in the green, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, you still probably should watch, but it's not that big of a deal. All right, so something to consider with that. But if you are in the orange, right in here, or if you are in the red, which is right in here, you need to watch out for this very closely today. We do have the chance for some strong to intense tornadoes within some of these areas. So the parameters are favorable for it. Now, granted, those would be favorable more in a couple of hours. In a couple of hours, that's when stuff is really going to start to ramp up. Because right now, even though it is slightly favorable for tornadoes over into where there is the tornado watch right now, it is not going to hold a candle to what will be over in Mississippi and western Alabama overnight tonight. So just something to note with that. We will talk about those storms, and we'll actually talk about it after I'm done fixing my my scroll bar on the bottom, because you guys can see it's not exactly correct. It's not correct at all. So I am going to fix that here. I'm going to put in our nice little tornado watch. Hopefully I can fix it here. And this tornado watch is in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. File, save. It's probably best if we actually do that. ... Space, save, boom. Everything should be fixed now. Everything should be fixed. All right, that is good. We shall move our radar over here because we do have our radar. And I want to quickly mention here, we do have a tornado watch. I just updated the bottom bar there to accompany that. We do have a tornado watch here that has been issued for eastern Texas as well as central Louisiana. So not northern Louisiana, central Louisiana. So this is Alexandria, this is DeRidder, Natchitoches, this is Jenna, this is Natchez, stuff like that. In those areas, that is where we can anticipate at least the beginning of some of our strong to significant storms that can try to produce not only large hail, but strong damaging winds as well. And then as this continues to progress further and further east, there will be a new tornado watch that will be issued, and it will likely expire by midnight or past midnight, meaning that the threat for tornadoes will continue into the evening and overnight hours as well, which means, unfortunately, yes, this will be another nocturnal event. So it is all the more imperative, for people who live in these areas to have a plan of action ahead of time with these storms. We saw what happened on Friday, and I hate to bring Friday up a lot because Friday was terrible, all right? What happened on Friday, all right, we mentioned that the majority of the risk was had weakened with the exception of one area. We said northeast Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, if a storm can get going right there, it would go, and that would be the one to do it. And did it not? Did it not? It did. And that right there, I mean, just the fact of the matter is that, you know, I expected that a storm like that would occur. I expected that we would have a, at least a strong tornado. A tornado that is as violent as that one, though? No, I did not anticipate that at all. I mean, you always have it in the back of your mind that it could always happen, but do you actually think it'll happen? I mean, no. No. So, it goes to show you that in the right environment, things can flip a switch correctly, you know, quickly, very quickly. And the thing of it is that tornado could have been even worse if the HRRR was correct. If the temperatures were higher, if the lapse rates were greater, there's a good chance that that thing probably could have been so bad. So much worse than it already was, which even is hard to comprehend at that point. So, I pray for the people who are impacted. I pray for the people who are impacted. I mourn for the people who are impacted. But the fact of the matter is that this portion of the United States doesn't really have a whole lot of well-constructed buildings. Let's be honest here. And a lot of it is mobile homes. But some areas are single-family homes that are only one story. All right? Mobile homes are not safe. They are not safe. I don't know how many times I have to say it over and over again until people have to understand that mobile homes are not safe. If you're under a tornado warning, you need to get to a sturdy structure. Because if you're in a mobile home, you know, just for reference, the smallest wind gust will knock over a mobile home and do damage to it. It will. So if you can think of what a tornado has done, you know, a tornado can do to a mobile home, it will completely obliterate it. So that's the thing there. This is a very similar place in the United States that was similarly impacted, or not similarly impacted, but could be impacted. I'm trying to find the right ways to word this because this is... And also, my brain's not functioning. I had 2 hour sleep last night. 2 hours of sleep. So, if I am not on right now, it is because I'm not on. But I guess what I'm trying to say is this portion of the United States is being impacted again. It was impacted on Friday. And though I don't think that we're going to see something similar to that with what happened, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. All right, in regards to what I think in regards to significant tornadoes and where they can specifically be. All right, I'll only give the general area. All right, if I see something with the environment that I like that is favorable or unfavorable, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. But, you know, as I said, I did not expect that intense of a tornado to occur. But it occurred in one of the worst places to do so. And a pretty poverty-stricken area of the United States. Yeah, we don't need a jinx. We don't need a jinx. So, that is the risk for today. Once again, if you are in the orange or in the red here today, if you know anyone who lives in the orange or in the red, you need to watch out for this event very, very closely here today. Because there is a good chance that we could see very large hail and some strong damaging winds within this entire setup. All right. And we also can see, you know, the threat for tornadoes within this as well. Some of which could even be strong. I'll say the new mesoscale discussion, or I'll talk about the new mesoscale here, discussion here, and then we'll get to the radar analysis, because I do want to actually show you guys some interesting things with that environment. Very interesting over there in central Louisiana. Mesoscale discussion. Watch issuance 95%. Severe threat will rapidly increase in the next few hours across parts of Mississippi. Very large hail and tornadoes will be possible. A new watch will be issued within the hour. Forecast soundings indicate an environment very favorable for discrete supercells capable of large hail and tornadoes. Low-level winds will strengthen rapidly by late afternoon and early evening. This may also increase the risk of strong tornadoes, especially for those storms that can track in the vicinity of the surface warm front. So there is a surface warm front now. It's kind of transitioned to a warm front. So essentially what they're saying is there's going to be a new tornado watch within the hour. And that environment over there in Mississippi has a good chance of producing significant tornadoes. So let us look at the live radar that is currently ongoing in central Louisiana. This is off of the Fort Polk radar site, KPOE. K-P-O-E. And we'll start with the southernmost storm that is approaching DeRidder. We actually have a camera in DeRidder, so I'm actually going to pull that up, if you guys don't mind. That is me speaking in the background, so that is not great. But I'm going to pull that camera up, because it is in DeRidder. It also is looking west. Not that it would really help too much, but there we go. So now you guys can kind of see the camera right there. It's at the top part, and you can see all the hail fog that's within it. Massive severe thunderstorm warning for Vernon Parish and Beauregard Parish. So if you live in those areas over there in western Louisiana, you need to go ahead and get indoors. Stay away from windows. All right, these things are producing very large hail, very large hail, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well with it. So the hail, you know, if it were to fall down normally, all right, I mean, it still would do damage and it still could hurt people, but you add the wind and it's essentially accelerating the speed of those hailstones as it goes down towards the ground, which can make it even more life-threatening. So when we talk about DeRidder, and we talk about areas south of DeRidder, near 171, Louisiana State Highway, this would be 26, 112, 394, 399. You guys need to take that seriously. And even 27 in the, you know, as it's getting hit right now, State Highway 27 is getting hit by this strong storm as it's moving on through. So if you live in DeRidder, we've already had reports of ping pong ball sized hail that's very close to golf ball sized hail, which is just barely bigger. All right, barely bigger than ping pong balls in this instance. If you can imagine golf balls falling from the sky at highly accelerated speeds, that doesn't spell safety. Not to me, at least. So, recommendation here. All right, because warnings are recommendations. If you're in Vernon Parish or if you're in Beauregard Parish, this is southern Vernon, northern Beauregard, heading off into northeastern Beauregard Parish in Louisiana. You got to get indoors. You got to get indoors. And once you get indoors, don't watch it through your window. Stay away from it. Stay away from the windows, because the storms could angle the hail towards that window and could actually go through it, break it, and of course, can impact you too. So, yeah, that is something to note. Big storm approaching DeRidder. We'll actually show you, because I think I actually see hail in the video right now. Look at those white dots there, chat. See those white dots that are appearing? Those are hailstones falling from the sky. Those are hailstones falling from the sky in DeRidder. So that's DeRidder, Louisiana, that is currently on your screen right now. And that's a really... And the other thing there too, guys, is hail's falling, but look at the direction it's falling towards. Look at how it's being pushed across, just like that. So this is looking west, all right? And the storm is coming from all the way over here, and it is pushing it towards the camera and towards the right side of the camera. That's what I'm talking about here, guys. I am talking about this storm and its 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts pushing its ping-pong ball-sized tail and accelerating it further. Now, of course, not every single hailstone is going to be ping-pong ball-sized tail. All right, some of which are going to be smaller. But having that hail hit the side of your house, the windows and all that, that right there can spell danger to anyone who is unaware. So that's what I wanted to draw attention towards more than anything with that. I'm actually going to move that over. You can see DeRidder top left now. I'm going to fix something here real quickly. There we go. And as we do that, we have our radar still above us. So if you want to follow along as well, feel free to do so. We're moving north. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Vernon Parish, but that is probably going to expire here soon because the storm has moved out of that general vicinity that it was warned for in question. But it has moved off into another parish, and this one specifically is, I believe, Natchitoches Parish. No, this is Natchitoches Parish. So this is southern and southeastern Natchitoches Parish. We're talking about areas near Derry and Gorham, near Interstate 49, and this is northwest of Alexandria. All right, so if I zoom out here on that screen, okay, Alexandria is over here on that side. And you can see the storm in correlation to it is northwest of Alexandria. All right, so that storm is moving towards Derry. It's moving through Gorham. It'll head towards Aloha and Montgomery on Highway 71. So if you're along Highway 71, north of 49, northeast of Derry, near Montgomery and Aloha, and that would also be in Grant Parish, western Grant Parish, I would recommend you guys start heading indoors here soon. I want to take a look at the velocities with this thing. It looks like it hasn't done anything tornadic quite yet. By the way, if you're asking about if this thing has rotation, it does, but we can't tell because the radar is being stupid. That's the simple answer. And that is a new tornado warning. And that is for DeRidder.
Tornado warning for northeastern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, south central Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana.
So, as stupid as the radar is, it cannot fool the National Weather Service meteorologists. They are familiar with that game, and therefore they are issuing a tornado warning because of it. I do agree with this warning, and the main reason for this, I saw it earlier, but I wasn't too sure if it actually was the case because it was very displaced, and I mean very displaced from the main area of where I thought the rotation would be. But if we look at velocities, you can see this part of the radar right here, it malfunctions. Just absolutely malfunctions. And this right here is called side lobe contamination. Side lobe contamination, which can make life very difficult for people who are actually trying to track tornadoes. But if you go forward in time just a little bit, all right? Remember, reds are winds moving away from the radar here on the velocities, and our radar is all the way up here, okay? And greens are moving towards. Well, we have a little area right here. Look at this. Of that tight, compact velocities that could signify a potential tornado. And if you go to spectrum width, This area right here in spectrum width is your side lobe contamination. But this is independent from that side lobe contamination, which means that there could very well have potentially been a spin up or even a tornado that has occurred somewhere near Highway 27 southwest of DeRidder. So that would be central to north central Beauregard Parish. So this is now heading off towards Sugartown. This is heading off towards State Highway 26. This is moving well to the east of DeRidder. If you know where DeRidder, Louisiana is, it is heading off just to the east of you all, and it will be heading off towards Sugartown and then eventually towards the southeastern portions of Vernon Parish. All right, Vernon Parish, Louisiana, over in those areas. Right now, it's in northeastern Beauregard Parish, and it is still suffering from the side lobe contamination, which sucks. It might be better if we use this radar, and I'm actually going to take the time to organize my radars here right now. I am going to take the time to organize my radars. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's a lot better. That is a lot better. You see that, chat? See that, chat? That is a lot better. You can see the actual rotation here instead of having to try to go through the entire storm to see side lobe contamination. So that is so much better. Moving through here. That is not rotation, by the way, chat. This right here is not. It's definitely weakened. All right, that's the one thing. It is definitely weakened. Remember, reds are winds moving away, but greens are moving towards. So my assumption here, based off of radar, and just based off of where the tornado was before, remember, reds moving away, greens moving towards. This continued to move off towards the northeast along 27, but it dissipated, and this is still the old rotation right here, but it's just obviously not super strong. But you still have that reds moving away and that green moving towards. So if this thing does recycle, if this thing does end up becoming tornadic, this will be heading off towards the Highway 26 area, the intersection of Louisiana Highway 26 or Louisiana Route 26, as well as 171, Highway 171, east of DeRidder, or southeast of DeRidder, I should say. So that is something to consider. That is something to consider if you guys live in those areas, because of the fact that, you know, there is a very real shot that there could be something tornadic within those areas. Let's move off to the north and east. Once again, I said that western Grant County possibly could be in a severe storm here soon, so watch out for that. But for the most part, it'll be south central and eastern Natchitoches Parish. This is near the Montgomery, Aloha, and Colfax areas in Louisiana. You guys will be impacted. Moving off to the north and east, we have severe thunderstorm warnings over here for Wynn Parish, as well as Caldwell Parish and northern LaSalle Parish. We have a lot of storms that are clustering together, so this can kind of accumulate a lot of heavy rain and large hail. So that would probably be my assumption as to what would be the most significant threat from all of this. As I said, a lot of storms clumped together, which can indicate it's more of a wind and hail threat from these storms. Although there is something interesting to see over near Winnsboro, and I might try to go over to Jackson's radar to see it. And I probably will. Do that. Yeah, there is slight rotation, albeit I can't really tell that well because the side lobe contamination, or not side lobe, range folding aloft. But that is a severe thunderstorm warning over for Richland Parish and Franklin Parish. And this also, no, it doesn't have a tornado possible tag on it, but I think you guys still need to stay indoors stay away from windows. Moving off over here to Madison Parish. This is east, northeast Louisiana, west of Vicksburg, Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag that has been added to it for golf ball sized hail. So that will do damage to windshields and windows. If you live in any of those areas near Tallulah, as well as Tyndall, and anywhere south of Tallulah on 65, you need to get in your safe space and stay away from windows. This will also head towards Mound, Eagle Bend, Sonheimer, and Alsatia. So if you live in those areas along the Mississippi River, north of Vicksburg, it's recommended that you guys get indoors and you stay away from windows. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning here. And it looks like this thing is starting to recycle. And the only reason why I say that is because we have a lot of greens moving towards right here. And pretty soon we might see some reds out in front just like that. If I go aloft, I'm pretty sure, yes, we will be able to see that as well. You can see bright pinks moving away, slower reds moving away, so you get kind of a whirlpooling effect. And that is using storm relative velocity, so it's kind of not really helping that much. There we go. That seems to help out just a little bit better. But it does look like this thing is going to recycle. And look at this here, guys. I wanted to see something interesting. It's got an outflow boundary right here, so its own little vorticity band that is extending along the side of it, which means that this is a healthy supercell. And it became a right mover. Wow. So it has turned to the right. It was moving northeast, and now it has made a turn to the right and is moving more east instead of northeast. Yes, that is exactly what has happened. That is exactly what has happened. So instead of Rose Pine and Fullerton being impacted, it's still Sugartown that's being impacted, don't get me wrong. But Grant and Mitty as well. So this would be extreme northeastern Beauregard Parish, extreme southeastern Vernon Parish, and then we're also talking about northern Allen Parish. Northern Allen Parish. So do not be surprised if that thing starts to kind of go off a little bit more. This one could be the one to try and produce a tornado. I want to go over here to the vertical wind profile real quickly. And I'll also, I'm going to put up the camera back again over in DeRitter because why not? But I'm going to go back to the radar over in Fort Polk. And that is very interesting. I'm going to go back in time just a little teeny bit. And this is right before the storms actually started to pass the radar. So let's go back over here. You can see here is our radar in question, and it's currently being enveloped by a thunderstorm. And usually when it's being enveloped by a thunderstorm like that, it can be very difficult to see what a vertical wind profile can actually be. So we went back in time, and we found this. We found this right here, which can be a really easy sign for us to figure out what's going on with this. We've got winds towards the surface that are at like 0. The winds at the surface are non-existent. But as you go up with height, so a half a kilometer to a kilometer, winds not only start to turn clockwise here, and we like winds to turn clockwise with ascent for supercells to sustain. So that's the reason why we want to see that. But we also see the wind starting to intensify with height. Now, is it substantial enough for it to produce a tornado? I mean, we'll have to see, honestly. Usually when you have winds that are weaker than 30 knots towards the surface, it favors more of a hail mode, and that's kind of what we have. Knots is essentially a weirder version of miles per hour, although miles per hour came after knots. So knots is one of the scientific wind speeds that they use, similar to meters per second. But yes, 30 knots, which would translate to roughly 35 miles per hour. If the wind's from 0 to 3 kilometers above ground level, or at least the surface surface to 2 kilometer, any sort of lower level wind shear is weak. It'll favor more of a hail mode more than anything. All right, we're going to bring in Morgan. Morgan just got back home from being in Pennsylvania, so he'll be in a familiar place, if you will, to conduct our analysis here this evening with this widespread severe weather activity. So let's bring in Morgan. If he joins. Imagine he doesn't. That'd be pretty funny. He told me... There you go. Never mind. All right, I spoke too soon. I spoke
Wait.
way...
Did you predict that I wasn't going to pick up?
No, I didn't predict. I just said, imagine if he doesn't pick up after saying that he's ready. He just leaves me hanging.
Just opening my window, getting my headphones set up.
Yeah, I get that.
And things.
So Morgan is going to
My
Oklahoma
understanding-
University, by the way. For the people who are new, he'll be going to Oklahoma University in the fall, and he'll be studying meteorology as well. So if you guys would welcome him, if you can. And yeah. What were you saying?
The link thing.
Oh, yeah. I gotta do that. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Hey, my GR Earth works again. Fun.
There you go. So yeah, today, long story short, Morgan, is interesting. And
Oh, wow, I didn't know. Not like I was forecasting it for you while you were driving home earlier.
Right now in Louisiana, from 0 to
We
at
do
least...
have a tornado warning.
Right.
I am aware of this.
But the winds from 0 to 2.5 kilometers from the vertical wind profile in Capo is near or below 30 knots. So it's pretty much more of a hailer more than a tornado producer. But it did look like it potentially could have produced a tornado. And it looks like it has become, I mentioned this earlier, it is a right mover. So it for a brief moment, it was a right mover, and then it weakened significantly, and then it got its act back together again. This will be heading towards Sugartown. This will be heading towards Oakdale and Glenmora, as well as Turkey Creek. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas over there in Louisiana, it would be greatly appreciated if you would let them know that there is a pretty strong storm that at minimum could produce some pretty large hail within those areas.
Look at that outflow boundary on the RFD.
Yeah, and that right there is also what's really interesting there too. It's clearly evident. It's creating its own vorticity, if you will. It's just, can it wrap around all of that vorticity and put together a tornado? That right there is the big question that we are essentially asking here.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Oh, crap.
Yay! Come on, camera. There we go.
We shall show on stream. There we go. All right, there he is.
And I hear you twice.
You do.
Yeah.
It's always gonna happen like that.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? All right. So interestingly enough, though, I want to take a look at this storm a little bit more, and I want to take a 3D with this because I do have the power to be able to take 3D samples of the storm and be able to interpret it for you all. And look at that 3D there, chat, from that storm that's over east of DeRidder. I mean, I'll tell you what, that is a heck of a storm. That is indeed a heck of a storm. Go back in time once. To me, it looks like it's struggling with its actual updraft. But it's starting to figure it out now. But to me, it looks like it was originally struggling with its updraft here, at least according to 3D. But here it is. You can clearly see on 3D presentation, well-defined supercell. We have our inflow notch right here, which is this giant cave under the lip of all this precipitation. all the moisture gets brought into this storm, kind of like a mouth. So like this is the mouth of the storm, and the moisture is like all sorts of food that can feed the thunderstorm and allow it to continue to sustain. And a good way to kind of describe this is it's almost kind of like Pac-Man. So Pac-Man, whenever you play Pac-Man, it tries, you try to move on to, you try to get all the dots and stuff like that. And you get a lot of points. You try to survive all the ghosts, and the further you go along, the more points you get, the better Pac-Man is off. And this is essentially true. The environment that storms are in, those are the dots, all the moisture, all the energy, the rich moisture that is in the atmosphere are those dots. And the mouth, you can literally see the mouth here, right in here. And this wasn't on purpose, but this yellow thing right here, if I were to stick an eye on it, that right there is Pac-Man. All right. So we have Pac-Man here. It is eating all the moisture. For people who are wondering as to what the ghosts are in this scenario, though, because it does go both ways. So you have Pac-Man as the storm. What about the ghosts around Pac-Man? In this instance, the ghosts to Pac-Man is the other storms around it. So there is only so much energy, so much moisture to go around. And in order for Pac-Man to be as strong as it can be, it wants to be the only one to eat all of that moisture.
Tornado warning has been canceled and replaced with a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts as in effect for Beauregard, Vernon, and Allen parishes. And that will be until 4:15 Central Time. So, folks, if you guys are if you are in Grant, Elizabeth, Sugartown, or Pitkin specifically, or around there in the areas of State Route 10, would be watching out for some very sizable hail with this storm. Still cannot rule out the possibility of a tornado with it, but just not right now.
So if you guys could do us a favor here, all right, because we are going to want to try and spread this information with as many people as possible, all right? Please be sure to copy the link to the live stream and spread it around on social media, all right? If we can try and get this out to as many people as possible, that would be greatly appreciated, especially since we mentioned that this area of the United States is tornado prone. All right. They get tornadoes and they're not really, well built to withstand them. So if we can try to get this out to as many people as possible ahead of time that this stuff is happening, we could potentially,
the better off everyone is as a whole.
Right. Exactly.
And folks, most of you, let's see what happened on Friday. Hopefully we don't get that again. People got to be prepared if that does end up being the case again. Similar risk, just differently set up.
Someone's
and
mentioning,
in a different spot.
Someone's asking for Collinsville real quickly, or Collinsville. Collinsville, as of right now, is all the way on the northeastern side of Alabama. You guys are fine. All right. So realistically speaking here, guys, all right, I'm going to show you guys the entire map of where the severe weather is going to be localized here today. If you live in the orange or in the red, you need to be weather aware here today. You need to be the most weather aware you've been in a while. All right. Because this is where the majority amount of these significant storms, some of which can produce large hail, some of which can produce strong tornadoes, this is where it's going to be localized. So if you are in the orange or if you are in the red, you need to pay attention to the weather here today. All right. If you are in the yellow, I would still recommend that you pay attention because these storms can go in and out of the orange and the red and veer off into the yellow. We've seen that happen. We've seen that happen before.
So look at a vertical wind profile. Good point.
Yeah. So I would watch out for that as well. And then if you're in the green, me personally, I wouldn't mind this too much. But if you would like, you can still monitor the weather here today. But that is if you're in the dark green. If you're in the light green, then you have no reason to be watching this video besides, watch me stutter over some words like a
Entertainment.
typical idiot, right? But other than that, you are good. You can go about your day normally. So, about Prattville. Prattville is inside, or it's on the border of the moderate and the enhanced. So you guys will have to watch out. You guys will have a bit more of an overnight threat. So it'll be more towards the past the evening when the sun sets into the overnight hours. So watch out. I want to move over to this damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is over in Vicksburg. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Vicksburg. We're talking Madison Parish as well as Tensas Parish, and then that will also head off into Issaquena, Warren, and wow, actually Warren Parish or Warren County is shaped so weirdly. But I guess the point still stands. Warren and Issaquena counties over in Mississippi as well. You have a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I want to go over here to Radar Omega. I'm going to move over to some of the severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois as well real quickly because there is a nice little cold core event over there that could potentially try to be tornadic as well. So I want to make sure to watch out for that relatively closely.
Wall cloud on that Sugartown storm, Michael Vinther. So that thing is spinning, just not too particularly down to the surface yet.
Okay.
So, folks, a wall cloud is the stage of a tornado after a mesocyclone and before a funnel cloud. So a funnel cloud usually immediately precedes a tornado.
Right.
And a mesocyclone is just kind of the part of the storm that kind of relates to the base and it spins. So wall clouds jut out from the base of the storm. They're really where the rotation is enhanced. So we are starting to see that storm spin a little bit more. So like I said, don't rule out that storm producing a tornado, just not at the moment. And it looks like it's gradually trying, but that outflow boundary is still kind of plaguing it developing into something further.
Right. Chris Trisler with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, love the streams. Here watching from DFW. No risk, just enjoy tuning in and learning more. Well, I appreciate that. It says, ready for next Thursday? Or I guess it's this Thursday. No, I haven't looked at the models at all, and I've done that on purpose. Because models have been stupid with stuff like this. They really have. So, am I choosing to be ignorant? Yes. Is it, counterintuitive? Maybe a little. But I'm going to try not to build into the hype all too much until I can actually get a grip on stuff.
New tornado watch. All right, folks, play the game. Southern Mississippi main risk includes a little bit of northern Louisiana, northeastern Louisiana as well. Play the game. Let's go. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So at 4:59 is when I will say it.
Here is your new tornado watch. It is for Mississippi and northern or northeastern Louisiana, or technically that's eastern Louisiana now. Technically that's eastern Louisiana. It's north of I-10. That's the best thing I can say. So this area right here is your new tornado watch. Have you already looked, by the way, Morgan?
100%. I'm not saying thing yet. I'm just kind of surprised, honestly, because I don't know about that.
I guess it'll have to depend upon how much Cape can influence, like a Cape bomb. You know
That's
what I mean?
That's why I'm kind of surprised the hail probs are not what they are, or excuse me, are what they are, and not what I thought they would be.
Right.
I'll just go ahead and say it right now, chat. Hail probs are 60-50.
Yeah.
60% for 10 or more, and 50% for one significant, which is strange to me because that was really the main risk to start with this whole thing.
That outflow boundary is outpacing the storm.
Indeed. All right. 30 seconds, chat, and you guys will probably be considering the following, similarly to how I am, because what is this?
New NATO cast? Oh boy, what did NATO cast cook this time?
15 sig. Vast 15 sig.
Oh, so now it's not the 30 sig that it was earlier. That's good.
Yeah, it's come a little bit back down to earth.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness for that.
All right. 59. It's 80-60. Which is really strange because, going into this, a couple days ago, the main threat was hail.
Yeah.
And we kind of are struggling with that low-level shear right now, so it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. I admit I am a little skeptical. I am indeed a little skeptical, so we'll see what happens. 80% for 2 or more, and 60% for 1 strong tornado within the watch area. And
I think it'll be definitely more tailored towards what happens after 7 o'clock. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, folks, I'm probably just as confused as some of y'all are, which would make sense. It's fine. You're gonna see how you have to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Because we'll see how the shear plays. That's a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, and this is universally true regardless of whatever event you're tracking. Obs are going to tell the story. Observations are going to tell a story of what exactly is going to be happening. So we will watch very closely to see how these storms develop. Of course, you know us, all right? We watch these storms like a hawk. We watch the environment like a hawk. We try and tell you guys specifically as to which areas could be out of the risk, which ones could be in the risk, all sorts of stuff like that. Like Friday, southern Mississippi. We said that southern Mississippi was pretty much out. Now, Morgan, I told you, I said don't count out northeast Louisiana quite yet. And that storm that went from northeast Louisiana into Mississippi did something. All right, so don't count out the short wave. The short wave will do stuff. All right, vorticity is vorticity. I'm not saying stuff like that's going to happen today. I'm not saying stuff like that's going to happen today. What I am saying is we still need to be vigilant in how we watch and approach our storms here and how we are able to distribute information. So, once again, I ask, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us get out onto more and more people's recommended feeds on YouTube. Even subscribe if you want to. You can unlike the video or unlike the stream and unsubscribe after the stream, but stuff like that, even commenting in chat, helps us spread information to more and more people on YouTube. So thank you so much for the people who actually do it. Clips, by the way, with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, is there going to be anything happening in North Atlanta? I would say some just damaging winds for the most part in those areas. They're not really in that big of a risk here today, though. They're in a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Matthew with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, Board of Andrew's money. Good luck today. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the donation from both you and Andrew, even though you're stealing each other's stuff. My goodness. All right, let us go back and yeah, for people who are trying to wonder what this is right here, I was wondering the same exact thing. I'm gonna be completely honest with you because this is where the storm should be rotating. Is this a new supercell that's developing, I guess, or is this? It looks like that is the case to me, honestly. Either that or that's how the vertical wind profile is favoring it. But it looks to me.
Look at that.
It looks to me like there could be either like a microburst, maybe, or there is a new development of a supercell inside the inflow notch of this storm that is trying to make it significant in hail.
Really scrawny photographs.
Right.
Down in Louisiana right now. So, meh.
As I said, the wind shear around 0 to 3 is pretty low, so. What made the Georgia tornado so strong? So, listen. This morning, I'm gonna be honest with you, alright? I had to... What? She's not in here. He already came in here. I did not pay attention to weather whatsoever. I made sure that as soon as I went to bed, technically it's late last night, but it was early this morning because I had a bunch of stuff that I needed to do. I made sure that I got all my weather stuff done then, and then I went to bed. So I did not pay attention to the parameters this morning. But my assumption is based off of the lingering boundaries that have been evident across the board on the observations. Having a lingering cold front like that can create your vorticity, and there was already an abundance of energy in place in the area anyways. So because of that, two comes together and ends up doing funny stuff. No, so it's just the SVC. What is this thing doing, Morgan? I think it disrupted its ZDR arc. Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Look at ZDR from Fort Polk's radar if you can. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it did convect a new storm in the inflow notch.
It disrupted its ZDR arc.
Man, I'm excited for what today has in store for us.
Vorticity-ish. Vorticity-ish.
Vorticity.
Vorticity-ish. Regardless, if you're over in Elizabeth, Oakdale, and Glenmora here, we're talking central portions of Louisiana here, so, I believe that's Rapides Parish, as well as Allen Parish, and that is a new tornado warning in southern Alabama.
Tornado warning for southern Covington County in south-central Alabama.
Covington County in Alabama.
Yeah. I've been looking at that storm.
You've been seeing.
North of Florala and south of Andalusia. If you guys are in that area, that's along State Route 55 in Alabama. Currently passed to the east of State Route 137.
Oh,
you guys
100.
need to be in an underground shelter. And 331, United States Route 331, south of Onitsha. Also need to be in a safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Should I be using Panama City?
That's Elgin Air Force Base, and yes.
Same thing.
Montgomery's radar is whack.
Fine, I guess I'm gonna take my radar off of Chicago.
You could just get Omega and put it on Chicago.
No. I don't wanna.
But this thing is clearly rotating here, chat. There's a good reason why this tornado warning has been issued for Covington County in Alabama. You can clearly see red's moving away. And give me my epic pen, please. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It was previously a lot stronger than this. And I don't know why the normalized rotation is actually so high on this as of this moment. Although it does have quite a bit of spectrum width associated with this. But this is a bona fide supercell. This is a storm that is taking advantage of an environment that is conducive for tornadoes. And if you actually look, we'll go back to that vertical wind profile and we'll go over to Elgin Air Force Base because that's what's going to be moving up into the storm as inflow. You don't have this big curve, all right? It's not a big curve. Instead, it's just winds veering from one direction to the other. And that veering is what really gets it done. So something to note with that. It is also on a shortwave. It's also on a boundary, which in itself is already something you don't want to see. So yeah, it's on its own little boundary right here, which is already with enhanced amounts of vorticity in it as well. So if you live, that is not a tornado debris signature. All right, good. If you live near Florala, I was going to say Ia, and that's not correct, but Florala, northwest of Florala on Highway 55, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground, or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, there are a couple other areas that do have rotation. One notably over near Sampson and Coffee Springs. So don't be surprised if there's a tornado warning that gets issued over there in Geneva County and areas south of Coffee County, or even southern Coffee County and southern Dale County. Don't be surprised if that does happen. But there is a lot of energy out here in this environment today. And because of that, storms are going to have a whale of a time taking advantage of it. So this is going to be something we are going to try to watch very closely. I'm going to go back to the severe thunderstorm warning over here for Vernon and Allen, as well as Beauregard Parish. What is it trying to spin on the backside? I'm going to have to revoke your license to produce tornadoes, Storm. You're not doing it correctly.
Revoke your license.
I'm revoking its license.
Is that how that works?
Apparently. It's not doing it correctly. It is not doing it correctly. That
Science.
Skylark with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says you and Morgan make a great team. Good to see you both. Well, I appreciate the kind words. It really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. I know that's gonna boost Morgan's ego more than mine. So. Oh, chat. By the way,
Speaking of revoking privileges to produce tornadoes, that thing, the cell in Oakdale just exploded.
Yeah, that it's not doing it correctly. It's not. It's got a massive ZDR arc though now, so I mean, if anything, take away from it.
Someday, not now.
It's looking pretty weird. So yeah, I do have water for once now. I do have water. I can not, parch myself. If you're in Georgetown in northeastern Grant Parish in Louisiana, I would watch out. There's a storm near Dry Prong that has some rotation. And although it is developing it is still rotation, and it is a bona fide supercell. So, if you live in Georgetown, Yeah, so if you go with
Ain't moving that way.
Alexandria, north of Alexandria, right? So it hasn't become a right mover quite yet, but it is moving off in those areas. So that's why I'm saying Georgetown, Dry Prong, and Antonia. It's that severe thunderstorm warning that's just the first one that's north of Alexandria. Yeah, guys need to watch out for that. Very, very closely. Legit has salt in it. Hey, this is what I bought at the rink today. And it says it's purified water, so I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that.
You know what.
I don't know what to make of that. The "Are you sure about that" meme is echoing through my brain, but water.
Yes.
Necesita la agua. Yeah, that supercell in Elizabeth and Oakdale is starting to try to get organized.
Curiosity is peaking.
It is trying to get organized. I'll tell you what. It really is trying, because you can clearly see where the hook is and how it's trying to wrap the rain around, just like that. You can clearly see it's trying. Here's its outflow boundary right here. You can clearly see it's got a front. So it just hasn't been able to wrap around at all. It just hasn't been able to. And because of that, it's just... Yeah, because of that, it's just...
You know,
Yeah.
my curiosity is really peaking with that Vicksburg storm right now as to what it looks like, but I can't see, because not only is there no camera, but there's no radar either.
There is cameras in Vicksburg.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
No useful ones.
Did you do the one on the south side? The river bridge?
Yes.
That's a lot of rain.
Yeah, like I said.
Then what you probably could do...
Bleh.
What you probably could do is that storm will eventually head off towards the east, as you know. As soon as it gets to Edwards, use that Raymond Tower camera. That's on the southwestern side of Jackson. You can use the Raymond Tower camera, and it'll be able to probably show you. Huh?
That's a boring storm. Never mind.
What,
I think
Vicksburg?
I see it. Yeah. I think I can see it on the Raymond camera.
Oh, it's really far away, so you probably wouldn't be able to see it immediately, but like with everything in its glory. But show all controls. Can I not full screen with this?
No, you can't.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
All right, well, I will show you guys anyways. There you go. That's the Raymond Tower camera over there. And just for reference, Raymond is due east of the storm that is over in Vicksburg. So that storm that's over in Vicksburg will be coming off into this general vicinity here shortly. But for right now, if you're along I-20 near Edwards and Bolton, near the Hinds County, the western Hinds County area, central and eastern Warren County, and just paralleling I-20 all the way through to Jackson, you guys probably need to get indoors and stay away from windows from a storm that's potentially producing 2-inch size hail. Very large hail. Let's go back to the tornado warning. I want to see what's happening over there with the storm, see if it's continuing to rotate, and it is. And there's also a couple other storms that are still rotating. Once again, that's over in Geneva County. That is got some additional storms that could be rotating over there. But this one over here in southern Covington County, as you guys can kind of see, This is, it's pretty broad, but it is rotating. So the fact that it is still rotating means it still has a mesocyclone, which means it's still a supercell. And as long as it's a supercell in this environment, it still has the potential to try and produce a tornado. So if you live northwest of Florala in Alabama, this is central to southern Covington counties, south of Opp, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows if you can. Get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building, and try and put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. As I said, there's other areas of rotation that is over in Geneva County, Geneva, Sampson, Hartford. You guys need to watch out closely. I wouldn't even be surprised if there is a new tornado warning that gets issued for Geneva County. That one looks a lot more organized than the one that's currently tornado warned. So,
Excuse me.
it will undergo a cell merger, though, which means it could temporarily weaken. Why is Elizabeth doing what it's doing?
That is the most faux B-word I've ever seen. Because that's definitely not. Yeah, something about revoking tornado producing privileges.
Yeah, it is not having a whale of a time, I'll tell you what. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Wanted to pull that up there real quickly on the side view for me, at least. I don't see anything with the Raymond Tower as of right now. I'll keep you guys up to date, though, with that. And if I do see anything, you already know I'm going to switch it over. Could that potentially be rotation? The answer is no, I would say. This right here. Maybe this right here, south of Elizabeth? Maybe. I'll tell you what. That could potentially. Could.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it would be
Really?
weak. It would be weak, but maybe there's a little bit of rotation with a bunch of spectrum width on the southern side of Elizabeth. Could potentially be a turbulence spike. Well, I'm sorry. It's not potentially. It is a turbulence spike. So turbulence is spiking in the area. And whether that's because of a tornado or not, I mean, that's still to be determined. But tornadoes do cause turbulence. So we are going to try and see what we can do with that. Reed has a tornado on the Elizabeth cell.
Really?
I mean, there you go.
I'll be the judge of that.
What do you mean you'll be the judge of that? Reed already determined.
Oh, he does. He does. That is a tornado. That is 100% on the ground. Very low wall cloud as well.
If you guys want to watch Reed Timmer, I'm going to put it in the chat. Yeah, that is a tornado, 100%. That's Reed Timmer's stream right there. If you want to go to Reed Timmer.
I should not have turned on the volume. My ears hurt. He is screaming about something or other. There is your new tornado warning.
Tornado
Yeah.
warning
It is for areas north of
South Central
Oakdale.
Rapides Parish in central Louisiana, northwestern Evangeline Parish in central Louisiana, northeastern Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Yeah, that is definitely a tornado. And it is rotating quite a bit. It is right next to Elizabeth. If you're in Elizabeth right now, you need to get into your safe space this instant. You need to get into your safe space this instant right now. Because this thing is on the ground. This thing is on the ground here. And it will be heading off towards the eastern side of Elizabeth. So if you're in Elizabeth here, you need to get in your safe space, of course. But if you are over near Oakdale and north of Oakdale, heading off towards Glenmora, you need to also get into your safe space as well. All right, because there is a tornado. There is a tornado with this thing here. Once again, if you're watching Reed Timmer's stream, he'll be able to show you what's currently happening right now. And he's also got another guy that's kind of talking about the actual storm and the actual tornado as it's pushing on through. But Reed Timmer did have a tornado on the storm, and there is rotation with this too. I mean, you can clearly see right here, greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where that tornadic rotation would be, right in there. So gotta watch out for that as this continues to spin up. It'll head off towards the east-northeast. This will be heading off north of Oakdale towards Glenmora. So if you are over on Highway 165 coming from Glenmora going south, you need to turn around. All right. There's a lot of rain in that storm. Turn around. All right. Because you will not see this storm head off into your area until it is literally right on top of you, or at least the tornado. So if you are near Glenmora and you're driving south, turn around, go north. Don't try to risk it with this storm. It will try to produce tornadoes. If you're near Oakdale, once again, you need to continue to stay in your safe space because there is the potential for this thing to produce tornadoes. It's already produced one tornado. It can produce another. So please be sure to watch out. That is another funnel cloud on his stream. That's right in front of him. Yeah, that's he's driving into the tornado.
Do you have the volume on?
No, I do not.
Okay. It's pretty entertaining.
Well, what is he doing? What is he saying?
And chat, forgive me. He said, debris! Damn it.
Oh boy, classic Reed, isn't it? You know,
also
when
damage threat considerable for I-20 east of Vicksburg. That storm is getting better and better by the frame. I don't like what it looks like it's doing. Jackson, you need to be on alert. Edwards, Bolton, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning right now. You need to be taking your precautions and getting into a sturdy structure for some pretty large hail, probably excess of quarter size, and some strong damaging wind gusts as well.
100%, 100%. And I mean, this is going to continue to linger. I mean, this Mississippi, realistically here, guys, Mississippi and southwestern Alabama is the main target for this entire event. All right, it is the main area. And so with these storms heading off into this environment, we have to be proactive here. We have to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. So once again, if you know anyone who lives in Jackson, lives along I-20 heading into Jackson, you need to tell them get into their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Please be sure, hit that thumbs up button down below to help us spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. All right, that's how we get onto YouTube's algorithm. Please be sure to keep spreading this. We need to keep spreading this with more and more people so that way we may be able to continue to get this out to as many people as we possibly can. Let's go back over to the storm that's over in Covington County. It is no longer tornado warned. It is now severe thunderstorm warned. So if you guys are over in Covington County or let alone southern Alabama, you guys should be fine from the tornado threat there. And I want to go back to the tornado warning once again that is over for Rapides Parish, Evangeline Parish, as well as Allen Parish for the tornado that went right next to Elizabeth. The rotation in itself, there's actually numerous areas of rotation, but it is nothing that is really dominant. Nothing is telling me that one particular one is going to take over all the other ones and be able to produce your tornado. So as of right now, it is, producing a lot of spin-ups and or wind gusts, but do not be surprised, all right? Glenmora and Forest Hill. I'm telling you guys over there on Highway 165 in Louisiana, north of Oakdale, all right? I'm telling you guys, this thing has had a history of producing a tornado, maybe even two, earlier on in its life cycle. You need to treat this with the utmost respect and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. All right? If you are in a mobile home, and the same thing goes for anyone else tonight. All right? If you are in a mobile home, it will not cut it. All right? Mobile homes will not protect you from tornadoes, let alone damaging winds. Let alone damaging winds. All right? So please be sure that if you live in those areas of Glenmora, Oakdale, north of Oakdale, near Forest Hill, you need to get into your safe space. All right. Let's go back to that storm that is approaching Jackson, Mississippi, because this is, Morgan is right. All right. This one right here that is heading off towards Jackson is starting to become more and more supercellular by the minute. Granted, the vorticity is not exactly there. I'm actually going to take a look at a vertical wind profile from Jackson to see what the wind shear is like over there.
It's not great.
It's not the greatest thing in the world. This thing has got hail written all over it. It's got hail written all over it. So
12 knots of 0 to 1 and 70 of 0 to 6. There's your large hail. Congratulations.
You can't actually see the word hail written on this, vertical wind profile. But if you knew what you were looking for with a hodograph and stuff like that, you would be able to see the word hail just by the line squiggling. So,
Indeed.
Yeah, that is a big storm that is heading off towards Jackson, producing large hail and upwards of golf ball sized and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which means even though there's already very large hail associated with this storm, the winds are going to be accelerating the hail quicker than it usually would be. And so because of that, you're going to have hail coming in at an angle. And if you're watching this storm from a window and the storm is coming towards that window, that hail that is coming at an angle is going to hit the side of that house. And it just so happens that you got siding on the side of your house. You got your windows, of course, that you're looking out of. Your windows aren't going to stand a chance against that hail. It's not going to. So if you're in front of that window and the hail gets through, guess who it's going to hit after the window? You. Not very smart of you to be on that window then. So please be sure. All right? Please be sure you take it seriously. Yeah, go for it.
TMs, go. It's the Jackson storm.
Oh, interesting.
That is eerie as all get out.
Oh, that is very eerie.
Yeah. Little hints of green up along there too. Now, probably not producing a tornado, but
wow. So, for people who are curious, all right, what we're talking about, there's a chaser that is over out in front of this storm over here near Edwards, I believe. If you would like to go watch this chaser, link is in the chat. All right, I'm going to be consistently sending links for chasers who are on the ground next to whichever storm ends up being tornadic, because at the end of the day, first off, I can't show their content because I'll get sued. And I don't have a whole lot of money and budget for this channel, and I don't want to lose it. So, people contribute to this channel here for my radar analysis, but I don't want, copyright to get in the way of that. So, yes. Where are the tornadoes? There's one currently in central Louisiana, and then over time tonight, there's expected to be an increased threat in tornadoes for areas of south central Mississippi into southwestern Alabama. So, all in all right, just to put that all together, this right here is the risk for severe weather here today. If you are in the orange, which I'm going to outline here, or if you are in the red, right in here, you need to watch out for severe weather here today. There's a good chance that large hail and tornadoes, as well as strong damaging winds, is likely, but more for wind and hail, and the significant tornadoes comes later on tonight. But we can't rule out a significant tornado here in the short term either. You know, we've seen weird stuff happen like that, to where even though we've had weak wind shear in some of these areas, the energy just takes over and it's able to blow up. So that's something that I wanted to make a note of there, that just because these storms may not be doing stuff right now doesn't mean that they won't in the future. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Alexandria, because a storm recently just popped up out of nowhere over there and became supercellular. So that's interesting. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't exactly like the fact that these storms have been semi-discrete and or discrete, and they've just been able to just root out of nowhere. So that's not fun. That's an air station. Okay, it's a naval air station. Wow, look at the winds from Edwards. Are you seeing that? You seeing that?
Holy bejesus.
That's some very intense straight line damaging winds. We're talking 73 miles per hour here from radar.
Jackson, y'all got to be on high alert for this thing. Tell you what. Tornado warning has been canceled. That
makes sense. Now, guys, one thing I will say here, real quickly, okay? From the time being of right now until about 6 or 7 Central, all right? 6 or 7 Central. Of course, the activity will continue to ramp up, but tornado warnings are going to be issued relatively quickly, because storms are going to be developing relatively quickly. All right? Any sort of area of rotation that tries to produce a tornado will more than likely be on the ground for no more than 5 minutes. There could be some instances where a tornado just touches down for 2 seconds and then just lifts. So if the radar is able to pick up,
makes it very hard to warn.
Right. So if the National Weather Service picks up on any of those warnings, if they do, or if they pick up on any of those signs from radar, I should say,
oof,
warnings are going to come out quickly. But do not be surprised if those warnings also expire as quickly as they, are issued, because of the sustainability of these storms as of right now. But
wow,
the answer is, to everyone else who is wondering about when the peak tornado threat is going to be, it's going to be an hour and a half to 2, maybe 3 hours from now, when we will start to see the peak activity, or at least stuff start to become or transition into the peak activity. Keaton with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says back again. From what I've heard today, any storm has the potential to become a supercell. This environment is crazy today. I mean, that's what happens when you have a crap ton of energy in the atmosphere. I mean, just CAPE is insane across the board. I will tell you that.
Hey, Nate, Raymond Tower camera got a lot of lightning and a lot of rain with that storm, as it's seeing it from a bit of a distance. So if you want to go take a look at that, be my guest.
I also want to talk real quickly, Morgan. It looks like the Glenmora cell that used to be Oakdale is trying to surge its RFD again. It might not be having the greatest time doing so because it's also right next to some form of side lobe, which is kind of whack.
Hail.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hail.
Don't be impaled. It's a lot of hail. Don't be impaled. That is a pretty strong supercell there. I'm gonna go back to Jackson though. I'm gonna go back to the radar, and you can see. Look at that, chat. Look at how expansive the winds are here.
Ooh, might be trying to jut out an edge on the outflow.
Look at this here, chat.
Very hard to say. Whoa, big cloud to ground lightning on the Raymond Tower camera.
I'm gonna go over to that tower camera here. But yeah, massive winds approaching Bolton now and Clinton, as well as Raymond and Forest Hill. I'm actually curious. Do I have any decent shots? I have one in Clinton. It's like in between Clinton and Bolton. That looks out decently to the west on the Mississippi dot. So that is something to consider as we get closer and closer. Of course, the tower cam's probably going to take, going to give us the best shot at what's going on, from the sky. But
a lot of rain. That's what I can see. Just in
from
general.
the dot?
From that, yeah. No visibility.
Oh my gosh.
No visibility at that thing at all.
Look here. Let's show you guys that. Is that a shelf cloud?
Yes.
Look at this here, guys. This is from the traffic camera that is just to the east of Bolton. Look at that there. On the top part of your screen. I know there's a watermark that says, m.traffic.com. Look at that there. That is... Wow. Look at Sicily Island, Louisiana. Yep, for sure. Sicily Island, Louisiana is northwest of Natchez. Yes, you guys eventually will get some of these strong thunderstorms that will move on through in your area. As for the timing of when you could, my best guess here for you all, in my honest opinion, would probably have to be an hour from now. But there is also a good chance. So you're getting one storm that is passing through. That one's not as significant at the moment. There's another one, however, that is going to move on through. Actually, a little less than an hour. It'll be 45 minutes when that storm starts to move on through again, a second one. But the one that's currently over Sicily Island is good. There is rotation on it, though, which is very interesting. But it's good as of right now. It's good as of right now. Man, that shot right there on the traffic camera is absolutely insane. Look at that, chat. I mean, really. Look at that. And you can see the rain coming back around on the bottom side right in here. A lot of scud with that storm, too. A lot of irrelevant clouds and stuff like that. But, I mean, the fact that there's so much cloud generation within that is something. Look at that lightning shot there, too. I mean, that's just a heck of a storm that's moving on through. And we'll go to the radar here to kind of show you guys what's happening with this. So this is the velocities. So we have our radar that is stationed in this instance over here in Brandon, Mississippi. That's east of Jackson. And all these greens and blues are winds heading towards the radar. And we can quantify how strong these winds are here. The radar at least can. So I can tell you guys what the fastest velocities are. I see 74 miles per hour. I see 71 miles per hour at another spot. That's on the southern side of Edwards. The northern side of Edwards on Highway 22. Now it just updated, actually. So let's recheck it. 73 miles per hour, well south of 20. Near 20, there is one that also has 72 miles per hour. It's actually 71.6 to be exact. So it looks like it's a little bit south of the interstate as to where the more significant damaging winds are going to be localized. But the big thing here is that this is heading towards Jackson. If you are in Jackson, Mississippi, there is a good chance that you will see some significant showers and thunderstorms that will move on through your area. So, Jackson, Mississippi, oh my goodness. Look at the Raymond Tower camera. Look at the Raymond Tower camera, chat.
A wall cloud?
I think that is. It is a weird wall cloud, but it is one nevertheless.
That's definitely a lowering. And that would actually fit, because it looks like the storm is trying to start to spin.
Yes, that is correct.
Just on velocity standpoint. Wow.
I'm gonna... Wow, look at this here too, chat. I'm gonna go to the full screen of this. It looks like that is a wall cloud, and based off of the traffic camera here, it's right next to the wall cloud. We're gonna be able to see if this thing does produce a tornado here. It's right in front of it. I want to see if these other views are looking at it, and if it's not, then oh well, we're just gonna look to this. But yeah, we are looking directly under the wall cloud there on the left side. If that thing does produce a tornado, it's going to be right there. It's going to be right there in front of us. Look at the cloud motion in that too. That is very, very interesting. I'll come back to the video here in a second. I want to go back to that tower camera though. Huge tower camera there from Raymond. That is a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. You can clearly see it dip down right within there. And there does look to be on radar. So remember, greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. There is a little jut right within this area to where there's a bit more significant damaging winds on that southern side, which can create a little bit of a whirlpool effect. So watch out. And the update just came in. That's not legit. That is not correct. Those velocities are dead. But yeah, it does look like there might be some consolidation within this. So I'm going to pull up that camera again, switch to video, and we're going to watch this here. If this thing does produce a tornado, we are going to see it. We are 100% going to see it. Actually, what is that on that left side there? Morgan, can I get a second opinion on that? What is that? On the traffic camera.
Oh, on the
top left. Because it is a wall cloud.
I don't think anything differently of it.
A lot of rising scud, more than likely.
That's what I think.
If I had control of this camera, I'll tell you what, chat, I would move this thing over and I'd be able to try and see a full screen of it. You know what I mean?
Bold of you to assume that camera can be moved.
Ah, well, it better. Or else I will slap it. True. But it is hard to tell. There is clearly a wall cloud. And it is clearly a supercell. This is clearly a supercell that is trying to develop. There is a lot of spectrum width where that where this wall cloud actually is at, though. That is one thing to note as it gets closer to Bolton. There is spectrum width associated with this. So I wonder if this thing will be able to try and pull itself together here soon. It'll be interesting to see. Petro said there was a tornado near McNary, Needle tornado. I don't know where McNary is though. Can you look up where McNary
Yeah, one second.
is that? Thank you.
Which state, if I may ask?
I don't know. That was just said McNary. Assume Louisiana.
Jesus Christ.
What happened?
We have my window open and my door just slammed shut.
Oh boy, Morgan.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. McNary is in the same area as Glen Mora.
That
for
makes sense.
reference.
That does indeed make sense. Does this look west? Yes, it does. We are going to move our camera over to the southern Clinton that is looking west. We can kind of see, ooh, that lightning strike that we just saw. That's kind of insane. Wow. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed yourself there, Morgan.
The better part of that is that I actually did jump. I noticeably jumped. Somebody make a gif. Yeah, appreciate it.
The Raymond Tower, there's a lot of rain with it now. It can't see. You can't see anything at this point.
Raymond.
Yeah, the Raymond Tower is now Raymond, as Morgan just mentioned. Oh boy. Let's go back to radar here. Let's go back to radar. And once again, this is now a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi. So if you live...
Oh, it's trying to spin.
Yeah. That's why I'm also trying to find a decent camera. That's not...
2-inch hail, 70 miles per hour wind gusts at 421. Trees and power lines were reported down around the Vicksburg area at 429.
Wow.
Golf ball sized hail was reported near Bavina. So that's the text on this warning. They are confirming that stuff is actually occurring.
I mean, look at this storm.
Seriously, if you're in Jackson, north of Jackson on 55 and 220. Excuse me.
Wow. Once again, Jackson, Mississippi, populous area, big populous area here in central Mississippi. Guys need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. This one's a pretty strong storm. I actually want to see, I'm going to turn off my traffic cameras for just a short time being. Turn that off. Turn that on. Capitol Towers.
Oh.
So, once the storm that's in Jackson passes, there is a camera on top of one of the buildings in Jackson that is looking west. So... that would be the best way for us to kind of see what's going on. But once again, big time severe thunderstorm warning heading to Clinton and Jackson, Mississippi. And if you are in those areas, you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. Guys, I got to show you this here real quickly. I got to show you this. That's a live view from one of the traffic cameras. That's near Spring Ridge. Look at that there, chat. Tell me right now that's not ominous. Tell me right now that ain't ominous. That is a very strong storm heading into Jackson. So if you can, Please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this information with as many people as we possibly can outside of YouTube. And if you guys hit the thumbs up button down below and subscribe, you can undo all of that after the stream. If you do all of that, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. That's how we actually are able to spread this information with more and more people. All right, but we got to be able to continue to interact with this stream in order for us to be able to get it out to more and more people. So if you see anybody new who joins the stream, tell them to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps significantly. All right, and as I said, you can unlike the thing afterwards. All right, you can unsubscribe afterwards. But right now, I really want the people who are over in Jackson, Mississippi to hear the warning and heed the warning from the National Weather Service. If they are unable to get it from their news stations or from their phones, if they go onto social media and find me, I will be able to tell them. I'll be able to help. So, oh man, oh man. I mean, just look at that. Probably not fire, and the only reason why I say that is there's a bunch of storms that are around it that are kind of making things complicated for us to kind of see what's going on. So, but I mean, look at that. Their chat. Look at that. That right there. Man, oh man. I think this might be, could very well be a shelf, but I mean this.
Hey Nate, I'm just gonna say this right now. The Wolfman with the 13 months says, "Here's to hoping today isn't as crazy as Friday." Also, Morgan, you good, bud? That was quite the vibe check. I'm shook. I'm shook, but we are okay. I'm
There
awake
you go.
now. Let's go.
There you go. But thank you for the 13 months. I really do appreciate it. Man, I mean, it's trucking. Absolutely trucking on through. And it's still got a lot of strong damaging winds associated with it too. I'll show you guys here the radar. Look at this entire swath of wind right here. So remember, we have our radar that's over here in Brandon on the right-hand side. And greens and blues are winds moving towards the radar. Blues are stronger than greens in regards to wind. And look at this massive wave, this massive wall of very strong damaging wind.
Can people see the scale on the left side of your screen? Just curiosity.
Yes, but they might not be able to interpret.
Okay.
Because negative and positive.
Yeah.
I see 70-mile-per-hour winds. I see 71, 75. That's hurricane force winds, if that's true. I mean, this realistically here, guys, is a very powerful storm.
Folks.
Very powerful storm that's heading off into Jackson right now. And I mean, just look at this. Look at this.
Do I really need to put a radar in? Yeah, I do. Great.
Wow. I think the thing that I'm most I think there's two things to take away from this live view right here. One, the shelf cloud and how well pronounced it is. But two, look at the rain behind it. It's blinding. Like, you can clearly see it's a crap ton of rain. It's a crap ton of rain that is being dumped out behind all the wind. And we also have to remember here, guys, this storm has had a history of producing ping pong ball sized hail. This thing has had a history of doing so. So, I mean, pick your poison with that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's Ridgeland. That's Ridgeland. That's... Where is... Ridgeland is north of Jackson. That's interesting right there. I don't know exactly what that's looking at, but it's got a rain base in the on the left, clearing that on the right, or clearing it in the middle.
It's trying to develop a ZDR arc. This thing is... There's a cell merger that's going to happen, and then we're going to have to see what happens with this
Right.
thing. If you are on I-55 between Jackson and about Canton,
That's a heck of a
or
thing
United
right
States Route
there.
51, between those same areas, you need to be in a sturdy shelter right now. Sturdy structure, not shelter. Sturdy structure. Away from windows.
Real quickly as
a
well.
lot of damaging winds and hailstones coming down.
This is way far to the west on I-20 at Vicksburg, Mississippi. But you can't see a single thing. You cannot see a single thing in regards to visibility. So if you are going to try to drive through this, or if you are going to try and, you know, stay outside while this storm passes on through, it's not a great idea. It's not a great idea. I'm just going to be the first to tell you, it's not a great idea. So do yourself a favor. Try and find some form of way for you to get into a shelter. I need to pull this up. I need to pull the video traffic cameras again. That could be helpful, potentially. I will say yes. And it is. Excuse me. My apologies.
God bless you.
This right here is in East Jackson. East Jackson, look on the right-hand side right there. If this thing produces a tornado, we're going to be able to see it. We're 100% going to be able to see it. Once again, so it is on I-220. So on the camera map, right? When you go north...
220 is not on the east side of Jackson, sir.
Or west side, my apologies. West side of Jackson. East side of the storm.
Okay.
If you go on 220, you go north from 20. It's the first brown camera that's looking south.
Brown?
Yes, dark brown camera on the camera map.
Ew. So up by the intersection of 49 and 220.
I believe that's what this is. CN Railroad, I-220.
Yep, gotcha. And south?
Yes, south.
Oh, wow.
It is rain. It obviously, I mean, it's undergoing a cell merger as we speak. It is currently merging with another thunderstorm as we speak. But we're going to be able to see everything. And the other thing there, too, if we move our camera down just a little bit, you know, like if we take it a little bit further south, we might be able to see the actual impacts from this storm, how strong the winds actually are going to be. So that's another thing that we probably should take into consideration as well. But, I mean, you can clearly see on that right-hand side, there is a lowering. It's still got that wall cloud, and it's still got that very strong damaging winds, too. So, once again, this is for Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi. This is a populous area in central Mississippi. So, if you live over in Jackson, Clinton, Ridgeland, Brandon, you guys need to get into your safe space right now. Indoors, first and foremost. And you need to get away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. All right? Because mobile homes will not protect you from not only golf ball sized hail, but the 70 plus, even hurricane force winds that are going to be associated with this storm. So you need to take this seriously. Get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, and try to ride this one out. I'm going to show you guys again the camera here, and I'm going to look at some of these other storms here. That right there could very well be a new tornado warning here soon, from the cell that was originally near Sugartown. It is now near Bunkie, and ouch. Fire with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says the amount of work you put into these live streams is truly impressive. You are extremely talented. Would love to see you storm chasing one day. Keep up the hard work, Nate. Listen, I would love to see me storm chase as well, because I love, or at least I love to storm chase when I've had the opportunity to do so. It's just whether or not I can is the big thing.
And y'all, best bet that I will be chasing for Nate next year whilst I'm in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Better believe it.
There you
Well,
go.
assuming we get stuff.
Right. But yeah, I would love to chase. I would love to chase. So thank you for the 10. Triforce Hunter with the 22. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that as well. Since we appreciate the hard work that you put in the streams. Always tuning in whenever you're on. Keep up the amazing work. You and Morgan are great. Well, thank you so much for that. Fire with the Tornado Tracker, as well as the 5 gifted memberships. Once again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support that you're giving to the people in the chat. That just really is amazing. So thank you so much. I want to take a look here real quickly at the storm in Bunkie, Louisiana. This is specifically in Avoyelles, or Avoyelles. But I'm assuming this is Avoyelles.
Do you want me to try that for you?
Well, there's 2 L's. So, in some... Yeah, I'm not sure if that is French or if it is Hispanic, but either or, Avoyelles, it's probably Avoyelles. If you're in Avoyelles Parish, near Bunkie, Cottonport, and Mensura, you have a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for your area as well. And this thing is a supercell, 100%, no doubt in my mind. It's a supercell. It's also producing 2-inch sized hail, according to the warning. So the National Weather Service believes that this thing could very well try to produce 2-inch sized hail, which we've already said that golf ball sized hail can damage windshields and windows and even break them. 2-inch sized hail is larger than golf balls. All right. So once again, consider the fact that these things are falling from the sky and that they are being pushed further and further by the strong wind gusts of these storms. And you've got a situation that I would not want to be a part of if I was in your shoes. I would get indoors. I would stay away from windows if I could.
Thing is starting to rotate more and more.
Avoyelles.
Jeez. That's a hail 4.5.
Avoyelles.
I dropped French.
I'm hoping that is. Friday travel from Louisville to Kansas City is not recommended. There is severe weather that is going to be in the Kansas City general vicinity, so I would probably do it a little bit earlier than that. If not, do it the day afterwards. But
a little Kansas City, you're kind of buzzsawing the risk,
right?
If you're doing that, so
I'm gonna go back to Jackson.
You're taking 64 to 70. Yeah, you're buzzsawing the risk if you do that. So you could. It's not like it's gonna be. It's not gonna be a guaranteed widespread event, especially up there. But maybe not the smartest thing to do.
I'm gonna see if I can get a decent camera here for you all. WJTV. Vicksburg, Trustmark, Yacht, Hattiesburg. Yeah, we do have that camera in Hattiesburg. But visibility is starting to decrease significantly. We are probably going to want to use some of these other cameras then that are a bit better quality.
Wow. Echo tops on that Louisiana storm
Second from the bottom.
are up to 54,000 feet. South and east of Alexandria. That thing is starting to spin more. Probably get another
Oh, wow.
tornado warning here soon.
Tell me I get a better view north.
Oh. Is that thing in Jackson really gonna...
Hey, if it does, we're going to be able to see it here, guys.
It's trying to produce a tornado. It is trying to produce a tornado. That cell merger, it's trying to do it.
If it is going to produce a tornado, we are going to be able to see it. It's going to be right in front of us.
If you're along United States Route 80 in Jackson and east, I would advise getting into a underground shelter. Just because, you know, winds already, but interior room or an underground shelter to protect yourself on the off chance that this thing does try and produce a tornado. And it does look like that is the case. Is continuing to surge its RFD, and it does look like that cell merger is working in its favor at the moment.
I am currently here, chat. I am trying to look at this bottom part right here, and I'm trying to see if there's anything that extends down to the ground. This isn't a tornado, obviously. You know what I just drew. This is just what I would watch for, the area that I would look for if there were to be a tornado there as well. And I also want to actually go over. I'm gonna go to. It would probably.
Camera's now getting board on.
Not that one. This one would be probably it. Close it, please. This one. It would be that one. Whatever that is. Right there. It is right there. Once again, if you're in Jackson, Mississippi,
Sorry, the camera.
I-55 south of High Street. So it's in between Jackson and Flowood.
Gotcha. Which direction?
Go to WJTV. WJTV. They got the camera up. There it is. They got the camera. Come on. Go back live. Capitol Towers downtown. Come on, load. They had it. They 100% had it too. Oh, what in the world is that on the top part of the screen right there? The Scud.
Yo, they have it again. Whoa.
Come on, WJTV. Come on.
That's a lot
there
of
it is.
Scud. That's a lot
there
of
it
swirling
is.
Scud.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at how fast the clouds are rising, too. Was that a power flash?
I don't think it was.
Look at that. Just got a report. Ham operator reported tree down on Thompson Road. Quarter-sized hail associated with this storm as well. It went down again. Big time storm moving on through into Jackson right now. If you're in Jackson, Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space right now. Stay away from windows. Stay away from windows. All right, this thing is trucking. This thing is trucking on through. The next best camera would be this one right here. Still a little ways away. Can I get something closer? I can.
That's not helpful.
The west options. Nah, I can't. I need to stick with this one right here. But yeah, massive supercell with very strong damaging winds heading off into Jackson, Mississippi right now as we speak. Very strong damaging winds. We pulled up another camera here for you guys to see. This is on the eastern side of Jackson, closer to Brandon. And we'll be able to see the storm move on through here in front of us in a second as it gets closer and closer. But massive supercell, damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Brandon. So this is Rankin County. This is also Hinds County. If you're in those areas over there in Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space right now. Get into a sturdy building and stay away from windows if you can. Yeah, there is a couple cameras in Brandon. It's actually quite a few.
Tornado watch will be issued by 2245Z, which is the next half hour, for parts of the area of southern Alabama as storms spread eastward from Mississippi this evening. Let me just read the discussion a little bit here. With increasing low-level streamwise vorticity and surface-based inflow for these discrete and semi-discrete supercells, the tornado threat, along with a hail and damaging wind threat, will gradually increase. The tornado watch will be issued by 2245.
Okay. I'm gonna move the thing over again to right there. And you can kind of already make out something over here. You can kind of see maybe a little bit of the wall or the shelf, and then the lowering again on the back side over there. So you can kind of already make out the storm structure slightly as it continues to shift off to the east. But this is a very powerful storm that is hitting Jackson now. There's reports of golf ball sized hail associated with this in Clinton. So this is on the western side of Jackson. Western side of Jackson. Golf ball sized hail. That will do damage to your windshields, and it will break windows. So stay away from windows if you can. Get into a sturdy building. Stay away from windows. Yeah, it looks like this thing does have rotation on the southern side. Of course, not the strongest thing in the world. Okay. But would not be surprised if there was a brief spin up with that when we were watching those cameras there. And you can see aloft there. You can see at 1.3 tilt, which looks at 2,000 feet above radar level. There were 2 areas of rotation that were within that hook echo, right within there. So this thing did have rotation. It did 100% have rotation. Just did it reach all the way to the ground is the real question. We hope it obviously didn't. But, man, we were watching that like a hawk all the way through. Let's go back to the camera here. Let's see if we can show you that. And then I also want to kind of want to try and see what other storms are doing and if I can potentially get a camera on those. This right here obviously is probably the best view we're gonna get. I mean, of any storm. We've got so many cameras over there in Jackson that, you know, it is gonna tell us something at least. But what is that at Pearson Road and I-20? I don't know.
Tornado warning. Louisiana.
Ah, yes.
Tornado warning for
Yep.
Central Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana.
So Avoyelles Parish. If you guys live in, we're talking Cottonport, Longbridge, Moreauville, Hamburg. We're going to come back to the camera here in a second. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. But Cottonport, Moreauville, Bordelonville, Big Bend, Moreauville, Mansura, over here in Louisiana. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I might have something interesting. Look at that, the center part of your screen, chat. That is interesting right there. I'm talking there. I'm talking right here. Man, that's getting close. But once again, Avoyelles Parish. If you live in those areas over there in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now. What you're currently seeing on your screen is what it just went through Jackson, Mississippi, a populous area over in central Mississippi. If you guys know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now, all right? Please help us spread this information with as many people as possible, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. You can even unlike it after the stream. Same thing with subscribing. Same thing with commenting. It really does help us out get this information to as many people as possible. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Keep racking it up. The closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more we can get out to YouTube more and more and more. So please be sure to keep doing it if you haven't already. But this is an intense thunderstorm right now that is moving into eastern Jackson right now and is heading off towards Brandon. A very intense storm. And man, oh man, I mean, just look at that. So let's go back down. I'm going to quickly go back down to the tornado warning here. Show you guys what's happening with the tornado warning. So, Bordelonville, as well as Big Bend, Simisport, as well as Moreauville, Cottonport, Longbridge, Plocheville. That general vicinity over there in Louisiana. It's about to cross over into Mississippi here in a bit. Into, well, it's going to cross over from Avoyelles Parish over into Concordia Parish, and then eventually into Adams and Wilkinson County in Mississippi. But if you live in any of those counties that I just mentioned, you need to be weather aware. If you're in Avoyelles County or Avoyelles Parish in Louisiana, you need to get into your safe space right now. There is a tornado warning for a reason in your area. You need to get into your safe space right now. Underground, or if you don't have an underground facility, it's fine. Lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's also a north-facing camera. I believe that is also true, which we will also be able to watch that thing as it passes through. So we'll pull it up there. We'll watch this, and then as it passes to the north of us, we'll switch over to that. Red Adair is on the Waynesboro cell that has a tour possible. Really?
Bleh.
It has a tour possible tag on that. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's a loft.
Bruh.
All right. Oh, you mean the Silas cell over in Alabama? So I see.
Silas, yeah.
Silas. It might also be good if we get this northern camera here. Oh, wow. Hold up. This is the western camera right here. It's not exactly looking up much in the sky, but I mean... And by the way, it's really dark there. It is very dark there. Like, these are the types of storms that you would find over in Oklahoma and Kansas. It's that dark. Like, this is...
It's a kind of similar synoptic setup, if you think about it.
Right, right. I mean, this is...
I don't usually see 4,000 Cape in the middle of Mississippi.
No, not at all. And just for reference here, guys, I want to show you guys the outlook for severe weather here today. If you live in the orange or if you live in the red here today, all right, I will take the radar off. If you live in this orange risk right here, or if you live in the red risk right here, you are going to be impacted by these severe storms that could potentially produce tornadoes. Once we get towards the evening and the overnight hours, the tornado threat will start to increase. It will become a bit more of a significant tornado threat once you get to that stage.
Once the low-level shear starts to kick into play a little bit more, because that's what these storms are missing right now, is that low-level shear and that low-level backing. Once those start to kick a little bit more, that's when we'll start to see some more significant storms with tornadic potential. Cameras starting to get slapped. Look at the traffic lights.
Yeah. See, there is a purpose as to why I made this camera map.
Okay.
Checking the tornado warning. I don't see it on the ground. I don't see any velocities of note that are pretty strong right now. I mean, that environment over there is just not the greatest in the world. But, I mean, it should be tornado warned. Look at the rain, chat!
Yeah.
The camera is losing its mind!
Necesita la agua.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
It's a lot of rain.
Once again, this is in Jackson, Mississippi right now, where we've got the potential for some very strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force and golf ball sized hail associated with this storm. I mean, look at that. Very strong damaging winds with this. And we're not even in the main part of where the strong damaging winds would be. We're on the southern side of it all. And then as quickly as it came through, wow, that wind.
So peaceful.
Let me check to see my map here again. East, west, east. So probably would be best to switch to this camera now. So the next camera that you probably are going to want to switch to is right at Brandon. But it's it's on I-20. All right, but it's not the furthest easternmost one. It's the one to the left of it. But very strong damaging winds associated with this so far. Getting a plethora of reports of golf ball sized hail now. Also got a report from emergency management of roof damage at Gaddis McLaurin Supply. So that is a thing there. More reports, widespread reports of golf ball sized hail as well in front of it from the other thunderstorms that have been moving on through. Oh, look at the camera. Here we go. We're going to watch it again. We're going to see how much of an impact this thing can take. And you know what I might do, chat? Actually, you know what I am going to do? I really want to do this, chat. And I am going to do it. This is just barely, or this is just a bit north, inside the core of the storm. This is inside the core of the storm. This is where you're going to get your hail, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you're going to get your golf ball sized hail. Let's see if we can find some. As well as your very strong damaging winds. Man, look at how ugly it is out there. You got greenage within that. You have actual greenage. You can see the winds moving across from one side to the other. There's a wind gust. It would be cool if I could put up multiple cameras. I do agree with that. Potentially a new supercell developing south of Jackson near Terry and Crystal Springs. That might be something to watch. Looks like it's become a right mover. I do have cameras over there. So if I wanted to see what's happening with it, I could. What would be Mobile's radar, I guess? We're going to go to Mobile's radar. That storm's rotating southeast of Dothan. So that would be something to watch out for as well. All right, we're going to go to Mobile's radar. We're going to see which radar is actually closer. Mobile's or Jackson's to this storm over there near Silas. And we're going to take a look at that one because it is a supercell and it is rotating. There you go. That is indeed a supercell. This is a tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning. It is for Choctaw and Northwest Clark counties here in western Alabama. If you guys live in these areas, need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. You can clearly see there is rotation with this as well. Mobile and their radar is all the way down to the south. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This thing is supercellular, so watch out on the off chance that this thing does produce a tornado. It'll be heading towards Gilbertown, Coffeyville, Campbell, and then right along the border of Choctaw and Clark County, leading up all the way to southwestern Marengo County in Alabama. So something to watch out for with that. I'm gonna pull up the camera here for. I'm gonna go back to Jackson's radar. But I'm gonna pull actually a camera here from Terry. So this is south of Jackson. We're gonna be looking at that one storm that has been developing and producing large hail. And actually, I'm gonna move it even further up. I'm gonna move it up to Byram specifically. See if I can find the right camera here in this instance. Try and see. Yeah, probably, maybe not something like that, actually. Let's do that. That would probably be better. This could kind of show you if there's any hail with this. Actually, is there any good southern cameras? Kind of. We might just have to stick with that one, honestly. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. But that's near Windale. Or at least I believe that is Windale. If not, it's Mindale. Probably Mindale. The W looks like a M and the M looks like a W. Flash flood warning has been issued for Jackson. So it was only a matter of time before that happened. There's just so much water that's been dumped from the sky from those storms. Yeah, I am not surprised by that at all. So
maybe just take a look at KDP, the water content, especially in the northern side of Jackson.
right.
In there. So quite warranted.
I want to check something here, chat, and you guys can follow along with me if you want to. I'm going to look, or I'm actually, yeah, I am going to look. I'm going to look at the HRRR. I'm going to take a look at the timings of these storms. Just a little bit more. Because the rap can't tell me the timings. HRRR believes... Hey, don't sigh at me. Go away.
Fine.
Go away. HRRR believes that those storms that are over in Hattiesburg are going to move off towards the north and east. Could very well do stuff in Alabama as well. So that would be something to watch. A couple storms that are over there near Meridian as well. With really nice veering, just weak shear at the surface.
Okay, the rap says this parameter space is going to keep going until like 3 o'clock. I'm not staying up until 3 o'clock. Just telling you right now. It's not happening.
Ooh. HRRR loves Macomb and north of Macomb, though. It thinks that cell that is currently near Notches is going to be really intense.
Low-level veering has gotten better on the rap.
So I guess that'll be something that we will see. But for the most part, this is kind of our timing for these thunderstorms moving on through. And if you know anyone who lives within these specific areas, you can kind of tell them when, because the time is all the way up here on the top left-hand portion of your screen. And, yeah. Windale Road? Okay. Knew it. Well, that's good, Gabriella. That's good, Gabby. Give you an estimate as to when this will end. Well, I probably will be staying up until midnight. But, I mean, I guess we shall see, huh? guess we shall see. Play the loop for you guys of this storm that's in southern Louisiana, because you can kind of see how similar it is to what it was saying on the models. Storm that formed. Looks like it's been struggling with its right motion. Yeah, it has been struggling heavily with its right motion ever since it stopped being a right mover northwest of Oakdale. When it was near Elizabeth, that was when it produced the tornado, right? And then it had all those vortices that occluded. And now it hasn't really done a whole lot since. So I'm gonna pop my back real quick. Real quick. Pop my back. There you go. I feel better. I feel better.
Your body is Reggie.
It is Reggie. So the HRRR thinks this storm right here is going to be the one that's going to go close to Macomb and Brookhaven and be significant later on. What'd you miss so far? A lot of hail, a lot of strong damaging winds, one tornado in southern Louisiana. Actually, it's central Louisiana. And yeah, the tornado threat really won't be at its peak until well after dark. So. Hey, that's good too, Gabriella. That is good too. Yeah, the one tornado in Elizabeth. Everything else has been a lot of very strong damaging winds. Oh, that is a report in Jackson that I have to show you guys. 2.5-inch size hail. That's tennis ball size hail in Jackson. Tennis ball size hail in Jackson. Oh, wow, guys. Look at this. You can see the hailstones on the road. See these little white dots? Right here on the side? Those hailstones. See if I can find any more. I don't see anything over here. There has been verified reports of golf ball sized hail and tennis ball sized hail within these areas. Let's see. It would be like over here along the side, because this right here is for the road, I think. Camera's just too low a quality to be able to tell. Yeah, that's pretty low quality as well. That's pretty low quality as well. Give me something, please. Yeah, they're just all... Alright. Cool. 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 Don't be, Don't be helpful then. You were helpful before. The storms in Hattiesburg are still doing stuff. That storm over there near Silas and Coffeeville is still doing stuff. I'm gonna go take a look. That is range
Really?
folding. It is rotating aloft, but range folding is making things so difficult to be able to see anything. Pull that up here real quick. Yeah, it looks like it just got its... No. It's trying to get its act together, but it's not really doing a good job of it. This is a hailer. 100% a hailer. All of these storms are going to be hailers. Alright, I gotta tell you that. That is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. For baseball-sized hail. In Alabama.
What?
That is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Isn't that radar not functioning?
It is not functioning. Yes, you are correct. Which means
That's majorly unfortunate.
we're going to have to use either Birmingham or Dothan's.
Fort Rucker.
How high are you looking up with that one over there in Fort Rucker? Morgan? How high are you looking up with that one in Fort Rucker?
61.
That's better than what I was looking at, so I'll move over.
Why? Why?
Because yes. Because yes. Yeah,
I don't get it.
well, Prob Severe says that there's 2.85 inch size hail within this thing. That is another supercell. That's over near Dothan. It is gusting out, though.
It is indeed gusting out.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
that's
you're
a
in
hail spike.
Tuskegee, get inside. That's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled. If you're in Tuskegee. Tuskegee. I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce that. If you're in Franklin or Milstead as well, you need to do the same thing. If you're in Shorter, you're either already inside or you're getting impaled.
Yeah, Dothan should be alright. It's now eastern Houston County that needs to watch out for that severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are on I-85 east of Montgomery, this is near the Shorter area, the Cecil areas, you need to get indoors. If you're driving on 85, you need to pull off to a sturdy building and hide under something. Now, I'm not saying an overpass will get it done either, because honestly, that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust associated with those storms will be accelerated through the overpass. So, do not hide under an overpass. Unless if you want to
watch.
Ooh, fun. Unless if you want to risk your car potentially getting flipped.
3 minutes late. Thanks, SPC. It said 22:45 and it's 22:48. Let us see, though, because it hasn't popped up on my screen. Folks, you have until 6:50 to play the probs game.
Yeah.
It is assuming it'll show up on my screen before 6:50.
Go for it. That's fine, Ella. It's fine. GG. What is range folding? That's essentially when the radar can't tell which direction the wind is going. So it just says, no, not gonna guess.
No.
Whoever just guessed 190 needs to go away.
Okay. It still hasn't popped up on my screen.
Me too. Kinda Canada's developed over the past 36 hours. Oh, there it is. It's
There
for
we go.
Birmingham.
What? Okay, it's 6:50. 70-50, folks. 70% for 2 or more, 50% for a strong one, which is strange that goes that far north, but okay. Yeah, it includes Tuscaloosa, Birmingham for those in that market who may be interested.
What I was always
They also just shaved the severe watch.
I was also thinking that that would have been the probs for the Mississippi event, but I think they're really banking on that low-level jet, the axis with it. Speaking of which, there are a couple storms in southern Mississippi. I see one northeast of Macomb near Ruth that has been developing some rotation over time. So we are probably going to want to watch out for that, because that will head northeast towards Monticello, New Hebron, Prentice, McGee, Mount Olive, stuff like that. Now, for people who are wondering as to where the tornado watch is, the new one is, I should say, it is this one. That is the new one.
Great job, Morgan.
I am hiccuping until Kingdom Come.
Sounds like it. Seems that you're having fun. I'm really gonna need to put a radar in Birmingham today, aren't I?
Maybe.
Blech.
All right, I am updating the thing.
The thing?
Yes. And this is in effect
that is
until
spinning the wrong. That is spinning the wrong direction Tuskegee Storm, you have lost your tornado producing privileges. That is the wrong direction. That's not how that works.
Your license has been revoked to produce tornadoes.
Yes.
We're gonna pull you over. Was it looking in Seminary, Mississippi? That's a good question. So if I remember correctly, Seminary is kind of like near that Collins area. And it is. You guys are in the threat for strong tornadoes today. My guess would be, so you guys are getting thunderstorms right now in general. Later on tonight, all right, let's say 7, well, actually, it's going to be an hour from now in order for it to be 7. I'm thinking 7:30 to 8, maybe 9 o'clock at the latest. There could be a storm or two that can move through the general area, give or take about 20 to 30 miles. Those ones could potentially be the ones to try and produce your tornadoes, as well as your large hail. But as of right now, a lot of scattered rain, maybe some scattered hail within it. So, yeah. By the way, I'm slowly starting to get better at geography. I'm very surprised that I got seminary. I'm almost done with updating my bottom bar. So, give me a second. Almost done. That's not what I wanted to do. And last but not least, this and that. File, save, boom, everything should be up to date now. Everything should be up to date. We wouldn't have to have the need to update that anymore. And we can go back to covering storms. So, yeah, as I said, these storms are kind of moving on through. They're not really that big of a deal. But it's this, it's stuff like this one, believe it or not. That one actually has been able to take advantage of the environment a little bit better than its counterparts. And then it's this one that's all the way over here, south of Natchez. Right here. Next to Wilkinson County. Meanwhile, in Jackson, baseball-sized hail was just reported and relayed from social media. By the way, have you guys found anything on Twitter? Please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. It'll help me out a lot. Oh, there is a 700 millibar shortwave. Good point, Caleb. Good point. Yeah. Go to the mesoanalysis. So this is the surface shortwave right here because this is your stationary boundary. I just blinded everyone. I apologize. Stationary boundary right here. And then if you go aloft at 700 millibars, you can kind of see dip right there and a small dip right there. So there is a shortwave right within this area right here. If a storm can get to it, especially when wind shear starts to intensify, could potentially be talking about, something tornadic occurring. So really interesting with that. Still a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Shorter and Milstead. If you're in those areas over there, as well as Tallahassee, Franklin, and then a new damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Notasulga and Lochapoka. So west of Auburn. So if you live in those areas in Alabama, you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. Wow. This right here is from Peyton Garrison, WLBT, at Peyton GWX. Look at that hailstone. That was from the Spillway Road area, sent in by Carly D. Look at that hailstone, guys. I mean, this thing is going to be producing large hail. I mean, that's originally what this event was for. Very large hail. And so far, it has done that. It is going to continue to produce a lot of hail. So thanks for sending that in, Seabass. Yeah, I saw that, Unwise. I'm not too familiar with anchor voltage myself, so I look at the degree of damage a lot to try and determine as to a rough estimate as to what type of damage we could be dealing with. Granted, you know, I'm not there, so I don't actually know if it's sturdy or not, but I can kind of tell. I can kind of tell based off of the makeup. So, the thing to take away from that essentially is once you start to get into anchor bolts is when I'm like, yeah, not my forte. I don't know. I do not know. There is some slight damage in Bunkie.
Stop. It's still spinning the wrong direction. Stop.
Which radar are you looking from?
Something.
Yeah, it still kind of is. This storm's a left mover, so I mean, have fun.
Still a huge hail spike, too.
Yeah. This is a left mover. It's going, it's going, it's going, it's going. Did you miss anything? Big storm went through Jackson. We had all the cameras in the world to track it. In the beginning of the stream, Reed Timmer, now we didn't show this on stream, but I shared his stream with everyone in the chat so that they can go watch themselves. There was a tornado that was on the ground for what, about a minute, but it was like a wispy tornado in central Louisiana. As for tornadoes today, not that much, but there's been so many hail reports and quite a few wind reports today that there's been some pretty whack stuff. I'll say that much. Yeah, there's the reported damage in Bunkie. It says Chaser reports a mile-long swath of telephone poles snapped off. So maybe some potential tornado damage that was over in Bunkie. It is possible. Georgetown is getting hit by another storm. They're in a severe thunderstorm warning, so I'd watch out for that. Same thing with Alla, Kelly, Clark's. Remember that. Kelly Clark's in Columbia. You guys don't remember the other stream that we had, like not on Friday, but like way back when.
Way
like
back.
earlier this year. Where just like Kelly Clark's, if you live in Kelly Clarkson, all right, you know, you need to get in your safe space right now. So Kelly Clark's. over in those areas. Yeah, Georgia did have a tornado this morning, and that was whack too, with all of that. So I hope all those guys are okay, but it looks like there's been some pretty significant damage over there. Spotter reports in eastern Rankin County in Mississippi, so that's the same county that Brandon is a part of. It says full-sized oak tree down over Highway 43, blocking both lanes a quarter of a mile south of Justin Drive. Power line is down at current location. Yeah, so there's towns in Louisiana called Kelly and Clarks. So there's like, if you live in Kelly, Clarks, Kelly Clarkson, there you go. You need to get in your safe space. Exactly, Book. I mean, I don't blame you for thinking that way. I still kind of think that way at this point here still. I still think that once we get to the evening and wind shear starts to intensify, that things will quickly ramp up a little bit. So
Nate DMs.
Really? Really?
Go look for yourself.
And
Oh, excuse. What?
what'd you miss?
Thanks,
Finger tornado
Jackson.
in not officially confirmed, of course, but Reed saw it.
Louisiana.
Central Louisiana. And
Louisiana.
Jackson got slapped by a lot of hail. Yeah, 7 to 8 p.m. is when I'm thinking it's going to be prime for activity, Central. Oh, 100%, Daniel. 100%. If the shear was even a speck bit better. I mean,
There's a reason that I and obviously there's still a lot of the event to go, but there's a reason that I held in my tweeting earlier that I held my tongue at just saying there's a threat for a few tornadoes along the stationary front. I didn't say anything more than that. And by the way, because it's ceremonial at this point, go follow my Twitter at MJFold54. Thank you so much.
it always happens. Listen, chat.
I
all
knew
right?
you were waiting for it, so I just decided, you know what?
Listen, chat. All right? Hear me out. Every single time, all right? Because it's not like you're going to remember this. All right? We need to figure out how long it takes into the stream for Morgan to promote his Twitter.
Put it on like a scattergram.
Right,
To see,
right.
like, the different
Yeah.
points.
Oh my goodness. Can I show you all some of the models that show the wind shear? I can show you all surface analysis right now. I can give you meso analysis. That's even better. This is your 500 millibar wind shear. And you need more blues than that. You would actually prefer it to be purple, actually. And it's not. It's blue. So, yeah. All in all, wind shear is garbage right there at 850. At 925, it's even worse if you know how to look at wind barbs, but that happens. Surface observations. Some of these stations here don't even have any wind. If that isn't hail, I don't know what is. Like, if that doesn't tell you, oh, this event is going to be a large hailer, I don't know what else to tell you. 700 millibar wind shear. See, that's a lot better. There is some decent wind shear at 700 millibars of 40 knots. But it's still decent. It's not like it's anything, you know, great. But my goodness. I wonder if there was some issues with his subscribers in his chat then. Because that's the only reason why I would think he would put it on members only. Morgan. Check DMs, for I have news about the Wizards. That's what I gotta say.
Do something. You fill in the blanks.
That's what I gotta say right there. It's just...
Washington Wizards.
Oh, did you see what the Caps did last night?
I did.
That was funny. Matthew. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's only fair. I used to be a Washington Capitals fan, and the Penguins ripped my heart out every single time they won, you know, a playoff series. It's only fair that he has to experience a little bit of that.
And then you have me, who's a Rangers fan. I'm just kind of like, okay.
So, best storm right now, in this general environment for producing tornadoes is probably the one in Thomasville, Alabama. I think it's safe to say it is probably Thomasville, Alabama. Now, I'm not saying that this thing is going to produce a tornado right now. I actually don't think that's the case at all. I think it needs a little bit more, especially over the next few scans, for it to be able to try and do so. But right now, you can kind of see it is currently moving towards Thomasville in itself. They're in a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But you see these storms down here south of this storm, right, chat? Cell mergers. Those storms are going to try to run into the supercell and try to knock it off its game. So it's just, it really depends. Check Meridian. I think Meridian is fine for right now, aren't they? Yeah, Meridian is fine. Now later on, they're gonna get the massive line of storms over here. So it will probably be about 50 minutes before it will start to rain. And then it'll be an hour and 15 minutes before stuff starts to get pretty strong with both its wind and its hail. So... yeah, I mean, I've watched the XFL just a little bit every now and then. I used to when it originally came out, because I was Defenders guy. The Defenders.
Commanders.
Yeah, there is a cell next to Livingston that does look super cellular. That is interesting. All right, I'm going to reorganize my radars.
Speaking of things that are ceremonial in the middle of live streams at this point.
I mean, I have to. Or else I will be a forehead.
What?
What?
Say that again.
I will be a forehead.
Or oh.
Morgan. No, I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look. Go away. No, you sit in the corner. The corner. Oh my gosh. The corner. The corner. You sit in the corner.
Touché.
You sit in the corner. You're in timeout.
Timeout. Nate Snyder.
No, I didn't call a timeout. I said you're in timeout.
You said it. So therefore...
I said you. I didn't call it for you. I said you are in it. Go away. Do I think there could possibly be a day 2 outbreak or a 2-day outbreak on Thursday and Friday? I do think it actually is possible. But I have purposefully not looked at the models to try and hype myself up. I want to try and come in and be able to have as much of a non-biased opinion as I possibly can get. So, and bias with hype and events they are actually a thing. Whoever said that storm near Livingston did have rotation, you are correct. So, if you're in Livingston and Epps, actually, we have cameras everywhere, of course. There's a camera in Livingston. Is it looking up or is it looking down to the ground? I think it's looking down to the ground more than likely. By the way, all right, if you want access to this camera map right here, this one right here, all right, first off, I'll tell you the plans for the map here. We're going to make a website into which everything in regards to the placement of these cameras and how you can find them will be free. It will be free with the exception of there being ads on the side of the map and stuff like that because revenue, stuff like that. But it'll have hundreds upon thousands of cameras on this camera map initially for the United States, and then we're going to continue to expand further and further, which we kind of have already. We have a couple bits of cameras in some places outside of the United States. But we will put some of the ways into which you can filter the cameras behind a paywall. All right. So, for instance, all of these colors here, they tell you which direction the camera is actually looking towards. So, for instance, orange is looking west, blue is looking north, red is looking south, green is looking east, brown is looking, it's got multiple cameras. If it's dark brown, multiple good cameras. If it's brown, like light brown, it is not great cameras. Yellows are cameras that move, whether it moves and then it becomes stationary or moves again. Gray is camera doesn't work. And then black is we don't know where exactly that camera is at, and so we'll shelve it for another time. But the point being is we have over 4,000 different cameras here on this map, and we're still adding on to it. All right. But in order to get this map, all right, because it has all the different directions and stuff like that, that too will be behind a paywall. Fortunately for you all, there is a way for you to get it. All right. All the money that is put into this will go directly into the server, or not the server. It'll go directly into the yeah, no, I was right. The funding for a server for the website and the website construction.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Oh, you meant Discord.
No.
It's gonna be like,
No. Because we do need web servers. There's gonna be a bunch of people on it more than likely, if they are gonna be on the website. But if you would like access to this camera map, okay, you guys need to first off join my Discord server. Okay. Join the Discord server. I'll put a link in the chat. Once you have done that, first off, you're going to want to verify that you are actually a person, and then you are going to want to accept the rules and the terms of service.
Usually an important step in the process.
Right.
Sort of confirming that you're a human being.
Yeah, because if there's any, if people do put in automated accounts that are robots to try and cause issues in a server. So that's the whole entire reason as to why that's there. We want to try and stop those robots and whatnot. And then once you do that, you are going to want to, if I can find the link here. You are going to want to click this link right there in chat. Any cameras pointing west? Yes, there are some cameras that look both east and west, so it's west. But yes. Links for the cameras in chat. There are so many links, my friend. I am not putting all 4,000 of them. I am not doing it. No, thank you. So if you want access to this camera map right here, got to subscribe, similar to, you subscribing to a newspaper company to get a weekly issue of whatever, or a daily issue of whatever. Monthly subscription for the camera map. And then once you do subscribe, if you know how to open a ticket, be sure to open one. If not, try to contact me in the server. But yeah, verify yourself, go to the rules chat, read the rules, and then good stuff, right? Bunch of cameras, true facts. Power lines down on the railroad tracks at Parker Drive and Clinton Boulevard in Clinton, Mississippi. That is a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Rayville and Delhi. Or Delhi. So if you know anyone who lives over there in northeastern Louisiana, this is Richland, Madison, East Carroll, West Carroll, and Franklin parishes. You guys need to get indoors. Seems to be golf ball size tail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is something we're going to hear a lot. That's a supercell that's in Monticello. And that'll be heading towards Collins. And there's another area of rotation, another storm that just formed near Laurel. Oh yeah, that's right. We have cameras over in Laurel too. Might as well. The southern one. So this is in Laurel, Mississippi. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Clark County in southwestern Alabama, southwestern Wilcox County in south central Alabama.
Thomasville. They pulled the trigger on the tornado warning in Thomasville. Oh, what is that? Look at this velocity here, chat.
Very discreet coupling there. It's also very rain-wrapped.
Very rain-wrapped. So I mentioned that storm that was tornadic was going to head towards Thomasville. We knew that was going to happen. Talked about it a lot earlier on, but there you go. Yeah, that's fine, Mark. Whenever is possible. Thomasville, Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff, Camden. We're talking northern Clark County and western to central Wilcox County in Alabama. If you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And yes, that is a discrete couplet right there. I would say there's a good chance this could probably be on the ground because of that, but we're looking up pretty high. I mean, we're looking over a mile up in the sky. Well over a mile in the sky. And, yeah. Usually that doesn't really tell you what's happening at the ground. You just subscribe to the thing? Perfect. What I will do is... Can you do me a favor? Can you go to bot commands and then do... go to the bot commands channel. Dash... ticket open. So, dash ticket open, so kind of like, kind of like that in bot commands if you saw that, but you need to take the space away from the dash and the ticket. And then, after open, say camera, and then I'll get it to you. I shall get it to you. That way we can have it on, record as to who all has, got the map. Because we all know chat logs can be wiped for whatever reason. Do all in the same text, I believe. All in the same text. So like ticket open camera. Thomasville, Fulton, Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff. Those guys over there in Alabama need to watch out. I'm gonna go back to the storm that was over here near Lake and Forest. This thing is surging. Look at it. This thing is actually surging very quickly down. I would watch out if you're in Southern Meridian. There we go. I cannot type. But there you go. Boom. And while I'm working on this, do that. But I want to play this loop. This is... Look at how fast this storm is surging. Surging very quickly. Unfortunately, there are no cameras over here, but... Alright, that, boom. I mean, look at this thing surging. It's starting to bow out on that southern side near Roberts and Newton.
Oh, why am I so sleepy? Gosh. Blah.
Boom. So that's another, that is another membership. Storm Truther membership subscription to the server. There you go. More funds for the website.
Storm Truthers stand up.
Storm Truther stand up. Mark with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. GG. GG's in the chat. Thank you so much, Mark. Really do appreciate it. Is this the main part of the event? No. So the main part of the event will come here in about an hour when the wind shear starts to amplify. Technically, it's already starting to do so, but it's besides the point. Yeah, and then Kaylee, that random, eternal, Crystal. Congrats to all of you all who got memberships. GG. Yeah, this one over here that's near So-So, north of Laurel, probably could be the one to try. This would be the one to watch out for if it were to start to root and be tornadic.
Got his EDR arc.
Ooh, hey Morgan, cold pooling on Jackson from the outflow boundary of the storm that's over near Forest. Look at velocities and look at reflectivity. The outflow boundary. I wonder if that either A can create extra vorticity or B kind of choke off
Yeah,
some things.
there'll either be more convergence as a result, or it will kill stuff. So I suppose we'll see.
GG stands for good game. It's a thing that most people say in the video gaming community. Stuff like that. It's kind of just a sign of respect. Just like, hey, great job.
Well job.
Well job. Will YouTube membership allow access to the map too? So I don't have a way to specifically track right now with YouTube memberships. I could try to do so, yes, but I would have no way of being able to track who's who with what emails or what. So it's just a... for right now, it's starting off small of where you can get it. And then eventually it'll be to whatever it is. Yep. Well job. So we still have this tornado warning here for Wilcox and Clark counties. Still going. It's been tornadic for a good time being. It still has rotation. It just hasn't been able to really consolidate and put it all together, which is the good news. But if this thing does put down a tornado, it would be near Pine Hill and Yellow Bluff, near Alabama, State Highway 10 in southwestern Wilcox County. Go back to those storms that are over there near Utah and Livingston. They don't seem to be doing much anyways, but just had to check temporarily. Jackson, I'm going to go back to these two supercells. Once again, this one
That
over here.
That Thomasville storm needs to split. The southern extent of it is plaguing any inflow.
Right.
It also doesn't really help in general that the low-level shear still isn't kicked. So, folks, we're still kind of in a holding period for trying to see if that low-level shear kicks in time for storms to stay organized.
Right.
So, if we get discrete storm organization by about 7, 8, 9 o'clock Central Time, that's when our strong tornado threat is coming from.
Right. Right.
So, if things seem a little slow right now, that's because they kind of are.
Right.
Got some large hail across the board in Mississippi. And then as well, you have it up I-20 in Alabama. And actually even up I-20 in Louisiana. And up I-20 in Mississippi. So
Ooh,
I-20.
Laurel. The thing north of Laurel is really...
They just severe thunderstorm warned it.
Yeah. I mean, as
No
they
tornado
should.
possible tag.
That I don't get, but you know. You know what, Morgan? All right, I hate to say this, but at the same time, I mean, it's what I play
You
it
hate
for.
to say it, but you're going to say it anyway.
I'm going to say it anyways. You know where that storm's heading towards, right? You remember what we talked about when I was driving home?
I miss it north, but
just slightly. But I mean, it is still the general area. I probably will get points if it's 25 miles within the spot. So, yes, it is heading towards Quitman, but I chose for my tornado track contest today between other enthusiasts, meteorologists, and college students. Shibuda, Mississippi. That's where I said there was going to be a tornado today.
where's Shukalak?
That's way far north. That's north of 20.
Way north.
Gonzaga lost? Really? Sheesh. Yeah, this cell north of Laurel probably is going to be one of the main ones that could potentially try to be tornadic. On the other hand, this cell that's over here near Roberts continues to still be pretty strong wind-wise. Shibuya used to be your hometown? Well, that's pretty interesting. I'm sorry I picked Shibuya as the place then. That was just kind of where I thought the general parameters were the best. Now a weather truther? Oh, are you really? Wow, perfect. Okay, Mercedes. If you can do me a favor, go to bot commands. All right, you open a ticket. Perfect. Boom. And by the way, we're still adding more cameras. All right, we are still adding a lot more cameras. We've got
We are not, because I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, that's nice. Chris, I'll check it here in a bit. Actually, I might as well check it now. That's because you're not 13 yet, Chris. That's the reason why. So Discord's terms of service says that you have to be 13 or older in order to be in Discord. Yeah, I sent I sent a message. Give me your email. I'll be able to put it into the map. You should be able to have access. But make sure you put it in the chat where you open the ticket. And I'll actually ping you so that it shows you where it is, where the ticket is at. There you go. Ola Clark cell possibly trying to produce. If we're talking about that one over there in Kelly Clarkson, Louisiana. Kelly Clarkson, Louisiana. Listen, if you live in Kelly Clarkson, Louisiana, you need to consider the following.
You do.
Let's take a look and see. It does have a supercell. I don't see it rotating though, so probably not. But Evelyn with the 20 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
Tristan
with the 5. He's one of the main supporters and the main contributors to our camera map and us being able to expand it. He says we've got a long way to go with the map, plus many more features will be added later. That is 100% true. We've got so many things planned for that website. But for right now we're stacking up as many cameras as we can, and then once it's all done, boom. Yeah, that Thomasville cell is just getting more and more broad. Broader and broader.
looks good in the upper levels, but it's being choked by lack of inflow because it's
right.
It's a split.
There's a new storm that's forming over Bassfield. New storm that's forming over Bassfield as a developing supercell in Jefferson Davis County. It will head to Collins. Now the thing of it is this one isn't anything tornadic as of this moment, so Collins is fine. All right, but this thing is starting to develop, and that would head off more than likely towards the Sandersville area. So Collins, Soto, Laurel, Sandersville, and then eventually Shibuda. And I'm not joking there when I say that either. You know, I'm not trying to cheat out.
It's not just because he wants points.
Right.
But
that sounds about right, Valerie. Does anyone mention the outflow boundary in central Mississippi? Yeah, the one that came from the main line? Yes. You can watch it over in the velocities here, too. Pretty cool. It's actually kind of stalled a little bit. Or at least it's starting to stall. That might not be the best thing in the world. Not gonna lie. Andrew with the 5 says, "Have my money."
Solid.
He's trying to get in my favor to get back in this. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's gonna happen regardless. It's gonna happen regardless. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got a place for you.
Got a place for you.
But thank you so much for the 5, Andrew. I'll be sure to play a round of Fort later on, if I don't die tonight. Most severe storms and tornado chance is gonna stay south of Starkville. I mean,
I don't know about that.
it's gonna be close. I would say yes. I would say yes. Honestly. Actually, now that I think about it, I just realized how far north Starkville actually is. Yeah, that's gonna be well south of Starkville.
Eh.
Dude, Starkville's in Amory. Starkville,
Oh.
remember 2 nights
I'm
ago?
looking at a different Starkville.
Starkville, Mississippi. Well, it's actually like west of Columbus, but that's not besides the point.
Yeah, no, that they're definitely not the same place. You're thinking of Smithville. That's
Smithville. Anyways, near Columbus. Over there.
Nathan,
Don't worry about it. I got a place for you. You got a place for me as well. Listen, chat. Alright. I'm not sure why people still decide to watch, but I'm running off of 2 hours of sleep, and I'm just going. Alright? So, everyone sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because I am definitely not. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Morgan's not enjoying
after
it.
Friday, I'm still tired from that, so.
Yeah, I get that too. All right, let's look through. Andrew with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says you're welcome for the 5. There it is. Appreciate it though, Andrew. Thank you so much. And then Rui with the 50. Thank you so much. It says because you save lives and one day you may save mine. Keep up the great work. Signing off from Southern Illinois. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much for the 50. See, I knew Starkville was up north though. I knew Starkville was somewhere up there. It's beyond the front. It's beyond the front.
Nate,
What?
the outflow boundary is gonna oof the supercell.
Yes. This is true.
ZDR arc is dying.
The one near Sandersville is gonna be interesting though.
That's the one that I'm talking about.
It's gonna be very interesting. The only reason why I say that is because the outflow boundary hasn't reached it completely yet. Opinion, is Radar Omega worth the price? Think it's $10 on Apple. So there's 2 options that you can have, either Radar Omega or Radar Scope. Radar Scope, in my honest opinion, is a little bit more user-friendly, but Omega has made some strides to try and fix that. So really it's the pick your poison thing. Radar Omega is more for like visuals and stuff like that. But if you were to ever get really nerdy and stuff like that in weather, and you wanted better storm relative velocity, or if you wanted to be able to see how tall you were looking up, or how far up you were looking in the radar and stuff like that with beam height, Scope would be the way to go. But realistically, you can't go wrong with either one if you want to track weather. If you want to track weather, both of them are good options. Now, don't get both, because that'll be a waste of money. All right, at that point, you're just spending money to get the same exact thing. You know, but it's not the same exact thing, too. Yeah, Rui, thank you so much for the 50. Have a good night, my friend. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much. So we have our ZDR arc here. If you guys remember, ZDR arcs are ways in which we may be able to identify storms that are intensifying. And usually we would find that on the forward flank portion of the storm, which in this instance is over here. So we have our supercell, where the rain is wrapping around into a hook just like this. This part back here of that hook is our rear flank downdraft that's wrapping around. This part right here, you'll hear me say stuff about the ELF, or the left flank velocity enhancement. That's essentially what that is. Over here, so this is where the rear flank downdraft goes in. And this little part down here is an outflow boundary that kind of lags behind the actual hook. This part right here on the southern side of this big body of the storm is your forward flank downdraft. And if you start to see high values of ZDR or differential reflectivity, just look for differential reflectivity if you're on Radar Scope or Radar Omega. You'll be able to see what I am talking about.
Hey, Nate.
Hmm.
New Mesoscale discussion, right?
Yeah.
Chunks the moderate in terms of the Alabama extent of it, right?
Yeah.
Growing cluster of thunderstorms will likely organize further while spreading across east central Mississippi into central Alabama through 9 to 10, accompanied by an increasing risk for potentially damaging wind gusts.
Do they know? There might be a new tornado warning here soon. Collinsville. North of Meridian.
Oh.
Sequelina, Lauderdale, Bailey, Daleville. If you live over there north of Meridian.
I was just going to say, expect a tornado warning for Collins soon. Maybe not quite yet, though.
What, for that cell that's in Covington County? Yeah, it is starting to rotate more and more. Yeah. But yeah, don't be surprised here. Northern Lauderdale County, if you guys get a tornado warning, heed it very closely. This is an embedded supercell in the line. You can see the hook right within there. If it juts its rear flank downdraft just a little bit more, you're going to get your tornado. All right, it's a certainty there. So be aware of that if you can. Kaylee with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, hey, Nate, really appreciate what you do. I'm only a couple of years older than you, but you have inspired me to follow my meteorologist dreams. Thank you. Keep going, all right? That's always anything that you want to do in life. Just go for it, all right? You know, with reason, of course, but go for it, all right? You know, in this instance, with meteorology, I mean, I gotta admit, meteorology is not exactly the best topic, you know, to talk about in open public, but it is a fantastic science to be able to follow with, if you know what I mean.
Weather is fun.
Weather is fun. True facts, true facts. So, but yeah, there is some pretty decent rotation there near Collinsville. And it looks like it is surface space, but it's only surface space, so it might be a spin up. But thank you for the 5, Kaylee. Really do appreciate it. From Perth, Scotland. It's 12:48. Go to sleep. David, go to sleep. You need rest. You need rest. Tania with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I think that cell that's over near Heidelberg and Sandersville is starting to rotate more and more, just a little bit more. I think the RFD is surged, and it is moved a little bit more towards the right. So yeah, that'll be something to watch. And man, that Collins cell, I think it recycled, or it split, or both. It could be recycling. I think it is recycling. It's got a cell merger right now. It's got storms running into it. There's so many storms running into it that it is just getting pancaked. Man, oh man. Jonathan with the 2 says, well job, Nate. Thank you much. Well job. Well job, Jonathan. Well job. What does the Weather Channel use from radars? I'm pretty sure they use WSV3. And if that's not the case, they use Barren Weather. But who knows? We'll see. We shall see. Uh, 12:53 in Ireland. Go to sleep. Go to bed.
Got a place for you.
Go to bed.
It's called your bed.
Damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning again for Alabama. That same storm, baseball-sized hail.
Why?
Because, yes.
What? Birmingham.
Listen.
Tell me why. They ain't nothing but a heartache. Now, tell me why this has a destructive warning.
Don't look at me. ZDR arc is good for the storm, bad for people. Storm intensification.
Weather Channel has too many advertisements. It's TV. I mean,
yeah, it is.
Kind of what you're getting. Oh my gosh. Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? What happened?
Large hail.
In Waverly?
Yeah.
Wizards of Waverly Place?
Huh?
Wizards of Waverly Place?
The Wizards.
The Wizards. Who remembers that show? I never watched it extensively, but I remember watching it a couple of times. I think that was a Disney Channel show way back when. I think it was. I think.
Therefore you are.
Not a wizard. Yeah, the Weather Channel radar app is kind of pretty bleh. Yeah, once again, damage that destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for Chambers and Tallapoosa counties. So if you're northeast of Camp Hill, if you're west of Lafayette in Alabama, you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. Because, man, oh man. You're currently rewatching it? Really? Whack. See, I have triggered some memories and nostalgia. I have triggered some memories and nostalgia. There are a lot of reports of flooding in Jackson right now. 15-passenger loaded van ran off road into flooded ditch near Westbrook Road in Jackson.
Excuse me.
Vehicle submerged in flood water on West Monument Street near the viaduct. Car stuck in flood waters on Autumn Street and Fleetwood Drive off of Suncrest Drive.
Oh.
Ongoing flooding at Forest Hill Road in McClure. McClure. Williams Road behind Florence High School is flooded.
Nate, we're probably going to have a tornado on the ground here soon north of Meridian. If we don't already.
Collinsville.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is a debris signature. So this beam right here, by the way, that's contamination from hail. So don't worry about it. That right there is El Stupido. But
El Stupido.
New tornado warning extension.
Tornado warning for southern Wilcox County in south-central Alabama.
At this point, which radar is better, Mobile or Birmingham for this storm? That tornado warned storm in Wilcox County. Oh, that's another storm that's rotating too. You know what? I'm going to use Birmingham's radar. Laurel, Mississippi, possibly a tornado? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't. Let's take a look and see. Heidelberg. I mean, it's got a lot. I'd have to, oh, that's a lot of hail. It's a lot of hail deep in the core. In regards to rotation, this would be where it would mainly be at. So I would need to find something that is along that there in order to consider that to probably be a tornado. It is trying, though. Heidelberg is trying. Which means if you live in Quitman, DeSoto, Shibuya, Clark County, and areas east of Interstate 59, once again in Clark County, need to get indoors. Oh yeah, there are so many radar holes. It is so stupid down here. Half the time I can't see anything. The answer is it doesn't matter. So we're just gonna go to Birmingham and just be happy with it.
What are you?
Tornado watch for Texas and Louisiana with the exception of Madison County has been canceled. Or Madison Parish has been canceled. So Louisiana, with the exception of Tallulah, all right, gotta wait for those severe storms to move through in Delhi. Guys are almost done with the risk. Excuse me. Hey, Morgan. Random supercell alert south of Laurel.
South of Laurel, I did see that just come up.
What is that? How's Tuscaloosa? Realistically, they're gonna be fine. I think they're too far north.
Whoever said there is no CC drop in Camden, Alabama. Thank you. Hail. All hail.
Oh, hail.
Don't get impaled.
Don't be impaled, yep. True, true, true. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch this one here near Laurel. For sure. Oh, that's a supercell. Yeah, North of Meridian has been considering the entire time. Oh, what is that? Can the radar, make up its mind for 2 seconds, please?
No.
No. Okay, fine. Be that way. Yeah, that's a big supercell there. I'm not sure if that's a debris signature. I think that's still contamination there in Bailey and Marion. I mean,
we need a radar in Meridian.
Yeah.
Or south of Meridian. Somewhere in that area. Probably a little bit farther south, honestly, because we have Columbus. Waynesboro might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. Livingston. Thomasville. Slap it in Thomasville. It always gets mentioned a tornado warning, huh? Every single time. Every single event we do one in this area. It is the Yazoo City of Alabama as of recent. Now, it may not produce anything, but still. Camden,
All right,
Oak Hill, Snow Hill. Watch out.
I'll just go look at vertical wind profiles to see if the event's canceled or not.
Thanks, Brian. I don't think you'd be able to tell, wouldn't you? There's no radars nearby.
What do you mean?
If you go to the vertical wind profile, right?
I can look at Mobile. I can look at
Mobile's too far south.
Just to see if shear is starting to do something.
Rotation tightening near Shibuya? Is it? The answer is it's about the same as it has been.
And the answer is yes, but only barely. So, bleh.
What? What answer?
Rotation.
Oh, the rotation?
Excuse me, not rotation. Crap. Shear.
Oh my gosh, Morgan.
Not having fun anymore. So yeah, shear is getting better, but only barely.
Sheesh. Yeah, that cell near Marion, north of Meridian, is still churning. Very strong damaging winds regardless. Damage threat considerable, severe thunderstorm warning. 2-inch size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with it. So Lauderdale and Tumsuba in Mississippi, as well as York and Livingston in Alabama. In Sumter County. you're probably going to have to watch out for not only strong damaging winds, but more than likely also some, you're probably going to also have to watch out for a bookend vortex. Well, it's actually an embedded supercell, so it's not like that would matter. But yeah, big storm, huge storm moving through. What do I got near Wetumpka? Give me a sec. Right now I got a lot of scattered storms, realistically. Nothing that seems to be tornadic, but if there was going to be something that's going to be tornadic, it's going to be a lot later on tonight. A lot later on. Excuse me. Bookend, not booking. Bookend. Severe thunderstorm warning for the sun? That seems legit. Damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Marengo County. Baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Marengo and Hale County in Alabama. Damage, threat, destructive. That is 76 dBz. Wow, the radar is being fooled. It thinks it's hail, but it's not. Oh my gosh. Hail spike. Morgan, look at the hail spike. Are you on Birmingham's radar? Look at the hail spike on the damage threat destructive in Linden, northwest of the tornado warning. Hail spike.
Oh, hail.
How'd the hockey tournament go? We went 2-2. We played against teams that were AA and AAA around the DC area. The most goals we gave up in a game was 4, though, which was pretty great. $3D it? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to 3D it, honestly, because it's pretty far away. Wait, I know what I can do for 3D. Hold up. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Because what I sometimes do with my volume alpha settings is I try to filter it to specific. Excuse me! That's an inflow notch in the hail core. What? That's an inflow notch in the hail core. What? Can I check Ball Ground, Georgia? Yeah, I can. Ball Ground, Georgia. Y'all are north of Atlanta. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Ball Ground is perfect. They're good. What? Oh my gosh, that is a lot of KDP aloft. That makes sense. What?
New weather watch. Severe what? Excuse me.
For what? Atlanta. Severe thunderstorm watch Atlanta.
Atlanta. 25, 40, 20, 40, 40.
25.
25, 40, 20, 40, 40. Okay.
70 total. I wonder who bullied the Storm Prediction Center into issuing this watch. I'm pretty sure it's the people of Georgia.
Lano's like, hey, do something, please.
People were about to riot outside of the National Weather Service Atlanta and said, give us our warning! Give us our watch! Give it to us! We want weather! Oh boy.
So yeah, y'all folks in western Georgia, you enjoy that. Let me know how it goes. You have that left mover that was earlier damage threat destructive for Tuskegee. You have that left mover along with a whole other line moving into your area now. So yeah, you enjoy that. Let me know how it goes.
Oh my.
Yeah, the Gorilla Hailer has rotation, so consider.
It has a crap ton of range folding in dual pole products. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, look at Echo Tops in that Camden storm. Oh my gosh. Guys, if it seems like we're losing our minds, we kind of are.
It doesn't make sense.
Last few days have been...
It doesn't make sense.
Chaos.
That's a big updraft over there within that storm too. But it doesn't make sense. That's a lot of hail there in the core of the storm too. Hold up, let's see if we can see how much hail. No, the radar is dead in that specific portion of the slice. So therefore,
yeah, so consider the following there.
I do have to consider the following.
Tornado warning for that Gorilla Hailer.
Really? Oh my.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marengo County in southwestern Alabama.
Marengo and Hale
County in west central
Alabama. That is a
Alabama.
tornado warning that is in effect for the next hour for these areas of United States Route 43 and United States Route 80. The next hour, I'm not kidding. So if you guys are in Gallia or Fawnsdale and Providence, you need to be taking your safe spaces underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself, the gorilla hail, and the tornado as possible.
No. This is not in Atlanta. This is still in Alabama over here. All right. I have not jinxed.
That's in Alabama. That's in Alabama.
This is Alabama. This is Alabama. So this is not me making fun of National Weather Service Atlanta or the Storm Prediction Center for issuing the severe thunderstorm watch. This is not retribution because of it. All right. This is this storm being stupid.
What?
This is
Nate.
This storm.
Street couplet Camden again.
Oh my! It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Rotation over Shibuya. I'm not saying it produces the tornado. But at least I got an area of rotation, correct? Give me points. I'm desperate. There it is, Kaylee. There you go, at n factorial. Oh boy. What is KDP? It's essentially something that looks It's something similar to reflectivity, but on a liquid scale. Well, actually, not really on a liquid scale.
As a B word.
It looks at how much stuff it passes through in two different ways. A horizontal scan and a vertical scan. So if more stuff passes through the horizontal scan, the beam will lag more that the radar sends out, like kind of the echo. And of course, that in turn will be represented in higher KDP, and vice versa. If
It has a legitimate B word with hail in the middle of it.
yeah, Camden is weird. Oh my gosh. That's a spectrum width spike in Camden.
It is indeed a spectrum with spike.
That may not be good. If you're in Oak Hill, Camden, Snow Hill, all right, this storm has been going and had no reason to stop. It still has no reason to stop. You can get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
State Route 10, State Route 21, State Route 28, between Camden, Oak Hill, and Snow Hill, underground, or into your lowest innermost part of your building.
Right.
Or you can consider the following as well.
That's true. Uniontown, Galleon, and New Bern. You guys are also in that tornado warning, as well as a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning associated with it, which can create baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail within that storm. I'm not sure how long it's been since you guys over there have seen baseball-sized hail, but if you've never seen baseball-sized hail, I recommend you don't see it in person quite yet. Don't be impaled. Don't see it in person quite yet. Ride out the storm, and then you can look. Yeah, that's right. I do need to look at Twitter. It's been a while since I've looked at Twitter. He deleted the tweet. F in the chat. All right, let's look through. Big tree damage in Clinton. So that was on the west side of Jackson, of course. So this is specifically here from @PeytonGWX. This picture right here from Jennifer Crane. Big tree was uprooted over there. So that's what these storms can do. They can knock down these big trees, huge trees. And if you're in a car and that tree falls on top of your car, I'm sorry, my friend, but there is a good chance that safety will come as an issue for you. There's a good chance. Slight damage in Bolton. Latest scans for both. No debris signatures on either, but a new mesoscale strength just got depicted over there. Wow. This thing does have some really strong rotation aloft. I wonder if that storm would be able to put it down toward the ground. Sheesh. Good news is that if you're in Linden, you guys are in the clear for right now from this specific storm, but you're not out of the clear or you're not in the clear for the entire event. There's another wave that's coming in behind you here soon, which means that you're going to get more strong damaging winds, more hail, small chance for tornadoes associated with it. Damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Laurel. Three-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you're in Laurel, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're in Laurel, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space right now. There is a storm that is producing significant damaging winds and hail. Specifically hail in that area. Damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for you in Laurel. Need to get in your safe space. Maximum expected hail size is very large. Let's slice the storm, shall we? Oh, that is a good bit of hail in the storm. That is a lot of hail in the storm, actually. Ouch. Ouch. It's a lot of hail aloft, I'll tell you what. Look at that. Ouch. Just took a slice of that storm that's approaching Laurel. That's a lot of hail. That's a lot of hail aloft. Man, oh man. Now I'm well, I'll hold off on that. Three-inch size hail in Laurel. Man. If you guys know anyone who lives in Laurel, please tell them to get indoors. If you live in Laurel, get indoors. Stay away from windows at all costs. If you live in a mobile home, try and get to a sturdy building, because there's a good chance baseball-sized hail could fall through your roof. There's a very good chance. That's de-aliasing, or side lobe, or both. It's contamination.
Or yes.
Yes, it is yes. That is yes. This is... Yeah, this area of rotation right here. It may seem like something tornadic, but it really isn't. Like right there specifically. That is contamination. That is not legit. Not legit. It's not real. Rotation east of Laurel? Yeah, I did see that, didn't I? Oh, Waynesboro. It's actually moving northeast. Oh. I wonder. Wow, it's gonna get decently close to Shibuya. Wow. Yeah, there's a storm that's west of Waynesboro and east of Laurel right now that's intensifying.
Orb.
Huh?
It's on 84.
Right. It is on 84. I would love Minnesota. Funny enough, I've been to Minnesota before. It was a really nice place when I went in Minneapolis and St. Paul. I haven't visited the rest of the state, but I did like it. I went to a Twins game, but not to cheer on for the Twins, though. My Orioles were playing that day. And had to represent, even though we lost, so. Consider. Yeah, that storm that is heading towards... So that's heading towards Hawani and Waynesboro. Could very well be tornado warned. So if you're in those areas, need to get into your safe space. If you are in Laurel, once again, we still have your damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning over there for 3-inch sized hail, according to the National Weather Service. Let's get a very large hail over there. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Huani, Shibuda, Matherville, Waynesboro. If you're in those areas, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if even something tornadic forms off of this. It's got a ZDR arc. There you go. That's what we typically look for. Got your ZDR arc right there. So the storm is intensifying. What did you see from the vertical wind profiles? Or have you not looked in a while? Whack. Whack. Let's answer our own question. Ouch. Let's go to the photograph map. See if it can tell us. All right, so the best environment is that Waynesboro cell. The best environment is that Waynesboro cell. The best tornadic environment. So if there was a tornado, it probably would be near term Waynesboro and Shibuda. So I would watch out for that. But we're gonna move over to Alabama here. Talk about these storms that are rotating. Camden, you guys are soon going to be into the clear. But there's another line that's going to be coming in behind it, so need to watch out for it very closely. But Snow Hill, Minter, Oak Hill, on the other hand, you guys still have a storm with tornadic rotation that's heading off towards you. It's also producing some really large hail, so do not be outside trying to look for this storm, or else there's a good chance you can get, hit in the head with some hail.
Don't get impaled.
It's a lot of hail, don't be impaled. Ooh. Needham and Toxie and Gilbertown over in Alabama might also get a tornado from the cell that was originally near Shibuda. They might. think NATOcast nailed it, actually? Go home. Go home.
Go pound sand.
Go pass. What have you missed so far? A lot of hail and a lot of wind and one tornado early in this stream. In the middle of Louisiana. I was all the way over in Louisiana. We have passed a state. A full state. And we have moved off into Alabama. Essentially meaning...
There's a hail spike on the Camden storm.
What?
And that thing still has a mesocyclone as well, which is pretty funny.
I was about to say, don't scare me like that. That is a ZDR arc. That is a hail spike. Still does have rotation. All these storms are mostly
Excuse me.
All these storms are mostly in
Excuse me.
crosswise environments. What's your excuse me now?
What are you?
What do you mean, what are you?
Northwest of Selma, random supercell alert. It's the
Yeah.
smallest thing in the world.
I did see that, but I mean, I wasn't gonna say too much about it because I looked at echo tops and I saw that it was low topped, and then I looked at velocities and I was like, bleh. And I looked at a ZDR and I saw that it only had an updraft tower, and I'm like, Have the storms decreased? And what about Atlanta? I wouldn't say the storms have entirely decreased, but I do think Atlanta is more on the northern side of the event, which means that if there's any storms that do try to get up to it, the further north you go, the less intense it really is, at least for this event in particular. So I think Atlanta should be fine. There will be localized damaging winds and spotty hail as well, but I'm not really anticipating anything more than that, honestly. So I think Atlanta should be fine. But thank you for the 2 clips. I really do appreciate that. There it is, N factorial. There it is. Yet, everyone's quick to forget what happened when everyone in the chat said bust on Friday. Everyone's quick to forget what happens. How about we don't say bust until it's like well in the evening or well into the night. About Macon, you guys probably could see severe weather overnight. It wouldn't be super strong, but it would be gusty and it would produce some hail. So, yeah, that Melvin cell could be some side lobe. Excuse me.
Please.
Excuse me.
Please.
Excuse me.
I am bot. Please.
What are you doing?
Trying to open a link. Come on.
Noonan, you guys could probably see a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. But I really don't think there's much with it, so should be fine. The tornado warning for Linden has been canceled. Canceled.
Oh, it finally opened. Great. Thank you.
Just asking, will it perform to the extent of what was forecasted? Well, it was originally forecasted to be a big hail event. And then they saw the 3 cape and the surface stationary boundary, and they said, well, if it happens, it happens. Yeah.
This also marginal at day 3.
Yeah, this was
New
a
tornado warning.
Tornado
It's
warning
from
for Central Choctaw
Shibuya
County and
Cell.
southwestern Alabama.
No, it's not.
Well, it left Shibuya, and now it's over in Alabama. You know, why did it have to do it over there? How far away is Shibuya away from the border?
30 miles.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm right next to the warning. Should be good.
Maybe some contamination, if you're told, but
There definitely is some contamination. Frankly, the radar over there is looking directly through the hail core to try and find if there's any rotation. And yes, that is exactly it. So, Needham, Land, Butler, Toxie, Gilbertown, Melvin, Pennington. This is Choctaw County in western Alabama. If you live over there, in that county, need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Will Beavers with the 4. I almost said 5 because I'm so used to saying 5. 4. Thank you so much.
yeah, I can't count.
I can't count, right? I can't. Honestly. All right. I'm not sure if you guys can tell, but I'm starting to struggle with my eyes a little bit. Now, part of that is my issue. It's my own personal problem. Because me over the past 2 days and whatnot. But whack. Will Beavers with the 4. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. It really does help out my channel.
Dude, I'm so sleepy.
Sleepy time.
That's why I'm kind of hoping that this doesn't do anything, so I don't need to stay up until who knows.
Never forget when I watched the Noonan EF4 live and we were only in a slight risk. Definitely don't use the B word to underestimate stuff like this. Yeah, I mean, the other thing there too as well to kind of consider is...
Oh, so, yeah, that tornado, Nate, were we were on good terms at that point, I believe, at that point. That was well beyond when we had, yeah, we were 100%.
Well, no, wait, what do you mean good terms?
Because I know in the summer 2020 we had server issues, but
2020.
Yeah.
Well, that was more with someone else more than you.
Yeah. Well, we still had our issues over that, so we had to talk about it. Anyway, were you around for that, or was that
Noonan?
Or was that when you were still on vacation?
That was your stream that you had, Noonan.
That was my stream. Okay, great. So, chat, I ended the stream at about 10:30 that night, maybe 11 o'clock. I went to take a shower and I came back to a tornado emergency. That tornado, you have no idea how bad I felt that I wanted to take a shower at the middle of the night.
Should have waited until it got to Atlanta.
I didn't know that well at that point.
It's always rule number 1 of being a weather streamer. You don't end the stream until it passes a major populous area. That way more people who or people who are impacted by the storms are asking what's going on. And then if they think your services are great, boom, subscribers. True. Yeah, that thing in Needham's still rotating quite efficiently. I'm not gonna lie. Will Beavers with the 5, so it's actually 9 now. But with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And it says since you thought that you originally sent 5, here's another 5. There it is. The 5, the 5, the 5. Check the Weather Prediction Center. You have a high risk for flash flooding. Oh boy, really? Weather Prediction Center.
Yes. Yes.
Ow. College Park, Maryland. Bruh. That's the Weather Prediction Center, College Park, Maryland. GG. GG. Lot of rain over there though. Lot of rain. It's a whole lot of rain. Whole lot of rain. His face.
Chad, if I occasionally just go like this, it's because the back of my camera gets very blue sometimes.
Yeah.
So. Oh.
Yeah, this is not a convective. This is a rainfall. The Weather Prediction Center for rainfall. So, Weather Prediction Center. They got rain. All right. Notice how it says excessive rainfall outlook at the bottom left.
What?
Excessive rainfall.
Stop. If you're north of Snow Hill, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, because that is a very discrete rotation that just developed for that area, and that's a new
Tornado warning for southeastern Wilcox County in south-central Alabama.
If you're north of Snow Hill, south of Minter, safe space, north of 21, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because that just formed again out of nowhere. The storm doesn't die.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It just recycled over and over again. No! You know what it is? It's an entirely separate storm that merged. Entirely separate meso. Entirely separate mesocyclone. If you're near Minter, Snow Hill, get in your safe space. It included!
It did. Remember streaming the Chicago suburbs EF3? Yeah, I do remember streaming that. And I remember Nate saying that he wouldn't have enough time to get the thing up, so I should just do it. And then I did, and it's one of my most viewed streams to date. And are you enjoying yourself over there? Because it seems like you're having just loads of fun.
Deviant little storm. It was just going east, and then all of a sudden, yoink, to the left. Not sure about you guys, but seeing that's kind of crazy. I mean...
And there goes the rotation.
Yeah, it's dead. Ouch.
Very fun.
Friends of the low-level Jetson place, is that true? Let's go check.
Nah.
Emergency billboard signs down south of Thomasville. Multiple trees down, minor structural damage to a mobile home. Small debris in the general vicinity of Sand Flat Road and London Road. So maybe a possible tornado, if not downburst south of Thomasville. Let's take a look, shall we? See if your low-level jet is here. Is it here? Kind of. It's pretty bad. It's pretty terrible, actually. That is a terrible low-level jet. Oh, weather's fun. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I do not know about that one. Curiosity killed the cat.
What?
Time to cherry pick real quickly so that I can see what this environment still has.
What?
That's a heck of a veer. Ooh.
A locally favorable corridor for supercell tornadoes may be developing over portions of south central Alabama near just south of Montgomery. So they're referring to that Minter storm, basically.
Cherry Pie with the tornado tracker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the membership. Whack. Yeah, the wind shear is definitely not intense enough. We're going to go to the wrap to see if it actually is supposed to do anything. Low-level jet will intensify at midnight. If that makes any sense. Like intensify to peak intensity. At 2, southern Mississippi seems to be the main threat. 2Z, which is an hour from now. And then southeastern to south central Alabama after midnight. Wow, it even has a inversion here too. Wow, I'm kind of surprised actually. I'm actually really surprised. So the real question is, why doesn't the HRRR say that there's going to be more storms? The answer to that is probably there is no forcing, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, probably. The SPC website's glitching now? Really? So real quickly here, guys. First off, the Cerrone family with the upgrade to the tornado tracker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. I want to say this here real quickly. All right. Thursday, there is the threat for severe weather. Friday, there is the threat for severe weather. If they play out to be strong severe weather events, which they very well could, they're very close to it being so, then I will go live Thursday, Friday. All right. I'm going to try to have.
You sound like you're dying dead.
I am dying dead. No joke. I am fading. I am fading. I am fading fast.
Yo, what?
Um,
Nate, I'm gonna make you excited for next Friday, and I'm gonna ask you to go check your DMs.
Long track tornadoes.
Oh yes.
HP. No, I'm not excited for next. No, it's HP.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm not excited. It's HP.
Tornadoes.
Stuff's moving at 60 miles per hour. Anyways, Thursday, Friday. I'm going to try and have a video tomorrow morning. I'm still going to be up here, by the way. I'm still going to be live for another good bit. But I'm going to try and have a video tomorrow discussing about it. So, come back to the channel if you can. It'll be a really interesting video. Yeah, it did occlude. $100% occluded. I mean, look at this, guys. It legit just went right, up, and then if it turns to the right again, I'm done. What's Morgan's YouTube?
Morgan J. Fold.
Morgan
Straight
J.
up
Fold.
my name.
Morgan J. Fold. So if you want to watch any of his content. Now, he doesn't really upload videos that often. But Morgan and I are going to be kind of sharing this channel a bit and stuff like that. So who knows? He might even make a video or two in the future. Maybe not in the near future, because I know that would make him want to consider the following, but... Tangled Skies with the Tornado Tracker, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I appreciate all the memberships. All the people who have essentially became sponsors to the channel. It really does help out a lot. Thank you so much. What about Thomaston, Georgia? Thomaston should be okay, right? Like, where is Where is Thomaston? Where are you? Where are you? Thomaston. Oh, it's northeast of Columbus. Yeah, they just had a thunderstorm. Now they're fine. Yeah, they had a storm.
Gosh.
Could have even produced a little brief tornado there, not gonna lie. It could have definitely produced a tornado near Thomaston, but it would be like very weak, very brief. But I cannot rule it out.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Hold up. Hold up.
Holding.
I'm out. Need to see. I'm calling my first time out here.
I'm calling something.
Calling both games.
Calling both games.
Yeah, there's a rotating storm on the border of Georgia and South Carolina. South of McCormick.
Tell it to go away. I've had enough.
You gotta go home.
He does gotta go home. I got a place for him. Oh my gosh. You gotta go. That is slightly rotating. That's... Goodness gracious. Yes, high risk for flooding has been issued.
Oh. Wait. Occurred to me.
2-inch size hail report northwest of Linden, but it's pretty old, so. Pretty old. It wasn't a total bust, no, and we're not even done with the risk. We got another hour or two.
So you're thinking 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Mesoscale?
Yeah. I'm not going to make it to midnight. I am not going to make it. I might fall. There's a good chance, chat, that I fall asleep on this chair right here. There is a good chance. I will not.
I need to blast the San Jose Sharks goal horn to wake you up.
Well, if they if I fall asleep on stream, you'll base it to everyone. Base boosted to everyone.
Well, folks, prepare for the inevitable. All I'm gonna say.
Goodness. Yeah, that's right, Andrew. Don't fall asleep, forehead. What? All right, so am I supposed to get some music on in the background or something like that? You know, that I'm supposed to listen to? Gonna need like some sort of
Play the
earbuds.
10-hour loop of the bass boosted Ali A intro.
Oh my gosh.
Sounds like a great idea.
Listen, Steven. All right, or Stefan. Friday, live stream for what, 11 hours? Something like that. Live stream for 11 hours. And then after that, I went to bed. Went to sleep. After that, woke up, had about 6 hours of sleep. Drove hour and a half, go coach a hockey game. Then hung around with parents and friends and stuff like that. And then I coached another hockey game, came home. There's something going on in the background of Fate that I am working on. So, yeah, I did that. Got 2 hours worth of sleep last night. Woke up early, coached a hockey game, drove home, and then did this. I think we need a Nate. Yeah, I agree with you, Lance. I think we need a Nate sleeper shirt. You say, don't sleep. Don't sleep on this event. I am a Wong Tiger.
Hey, if you're in Atlanta,
yeah, I coach hockey.
Hailstones. Coming right up I-85.
Yeah, I am definitely dead. Sleep stream. Listen. If I do a sleep stream, people are gonna donate, and then they're gonna play music, and they're gonna keep me awake the entire night.
That's the point.
I'm going to go mentally insane.
That'd be funny, though. It'd be entertaining. That's the only point of it.
Be funny. The only reason I would do it would be it's like a charity, something like that, or whatever. Maybe
Day one moderate.
that is as if it wasn't already the tiniest moderate in all of moderates. That is still pretty tiny. Still 10, or it's still 15 sig. It is now 15 hail, so they double downgraded.
Hail.
They double downgraded. Yeah, they double downgraded. Only thing we would hear is Scotland forever. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I might have to do a stream like that when no one else is in the house, to be honest with you. Three hours of sleep each day. Always follow weather. Yeah, that's tough, David. That's really tough. You gotta be draining on you too. But yeah, that is a double downgrade for hail. Tornado probability stayed the same. The wind probability stayed the same. Cough. General Grievous.
Yeah. Someone sent me a clip of my door jump scaring me. I was just still chuckling over it.
My goodness. What does occlude mean? So, occluding, all right, is, and occluding starts with an O, just for reference. Occluding essentially is when the actual mesocyclone, or the vortex, I'm pretty sure it's mesocyclone, detaches from the updraft. And because of which, it gets, because the mesocyclone, for the most part, is at its strongest towards the surface-ish. Like, surface to low-level jet area, like 850 millibars. It goes in the direction of that low-level shear. So, if your updraft is moving east as a part of right motion, right? If your mesocyclone detaches, it's no longer following with that updraft, and it gets carried by the wind and turns the other way. So that's what occluding means. It's essentially a natural tornado process of a dying mesocyclone, or a dying supercell. Now, funny enough, or actually not funny enough, supercells go through the process of occlusion all the time, but some of which can also result in failed occlusions. So it'll try to occlude, but it doesn't, and it continues to sustain. A good example would be of what happened on Friday. Usually with long track tornadoes, they try to occlude, but they're just so powerful, and they have a lot of storm relative flow at the surface that it just keeps them from being able to occlude and die out, unless if they just run out of energy, or if some external factors face off against it. So but it's definitely not with the they definitely didn't hit it with the tornado probs, because the tornado watch, the highest probability tornado watch was in Mississippi, and there wasn't a single tornado warning in there. So, or not tornado warning, tornado report in there, I should say. There was a tornado warning.
There were only a couple tornado warnings, though, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, next thing I'm gonna hear Tommy if I do that sleep stream, and it's a funny meme in some places.
I can just imagine. Here's some of the noises that are on Riley's soundboard.
That's exactly what I was going to go say. I was gonna hear his siren. It's gonna keep me up. Keep me up. My goodness. Atlanta, you got a severe thunderstorm warning, or southern Atlanta, I should say.
Hail.
Hail and damaging winds. Watch out for that, southern Atlanta. Is Mass and Georgia going to be all right? They should be. Let's double check, though. Let's us double check. Oh, they are 100% going to be fine for the most part. They just got a thunderstorm. They just got a severe storm. So you're going to get severe storms throughout the evening into the overnight hours. Actually, technically, it's night now. Guys are in the Eastern Daylight Time Zone now. So... yeah, there was a significant tornado this morning. True. Yeah, listen, I'm never going to say the word bust until after the event is over with. It's not done and over with yet, or else they would have got rid of the moderate. You know what I mean? They would have definitely gotten rid of the moderate. Yeah. Ouch. Let's check out on our good old pal Jackson. There's another storm heading to Vicksburg. How much rain are they going to get over there? There's a storm over Natchitoches. It just passed Natchitoches, though, so Natchitoches is fine. I was looking for Noonan. No, West Point got hit this morning. Noonan just got a severe thunderstorm warning, and the storm passed through, I believe, just recently. Yeah, it did. There is a couple more storms. Actually, there's going to be a lot more waves. There's going to be a few more waves that are going to move on through. But I'm not anticipating them to be super tornadic, if anything. So, but they do have the chance. They're going to be more of a damaging wind and hail maker, though. Oh, 100% EM. I agree. The fact that, you know, and Morgan and I on Friday, when we were rejoicing about, you know, the part of the event, we were rejoicing at the fact that we were not going to get significant tornadoes across the board in those three states.
We were rejoicing about the fact that there weren't going to be 6 supercells that did what the one supercell did.
Exactly. I mean, because that literally could have been the worst case scenario, and some of the models were showing that. So when we saw that, we were very, very happy that it got limited down. Now, we still knew that there was going to be a storm that was going to produce a strong tornado. But if you were to ask me or Morgan if we would have thought that that was going to be, that supercell was going to be as strong as it was, I'm pretty sure we would say no. We wouldn't have thought it would have been that one. So it's a superstition. Superstitions work in some instances. It works in hockey. I know for a fact that the teams that don't touch the trophy whenever they win the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference final, they win the Stanley Cup. So, but hey, if you don't believe in superstitions, that's up to you. But I mean, everyone was calling the event before Mayfield a bust, and look what happened with Mayfield. So, I mean, there you go. Well, not exactly everyone, but some people. It's also pretty inconsiderate and rude, especially if something does happen, because if you were saying bust and stuff like that, and something does happen, well, now what for you? Not only do you look like an idiot, but you also seem pretty insensitive. So it kind of goes both ways. Yeah, that's right. People before Andover said that that was a bust as well. Because in the main risk over there in northeastern Kansas, there's that moderate risk, I believe it was. Wasn't Andover a moderate, but Andover wasn't in the moderate, if I remember correctly? I think it was. And assuming that that is the case, everyone was saying it was a bust because the moderate wasn't doing anything. And then Andover happened, and then it shut everyone up really quickly. You want to know something funny? You guys want to see something really funny? It's actually not funny at all, but it is not funny at all, but you want to see something? That's what I thought. All right, you see this tornado graphic right here? Without looking at the actual day of the event, guess where the most significant tornado occurred? Guess where the most significant tornado occurred? See what I mean? Wasn't in the main risk, was it? But it doesn't take stuff to not be in the main risk in order for it to be significant. Now, albeit, there were still some pretty strong tornadoes over here in northeast Iowa into southeastern not Mississippi, Minnesota. God, I'm dead. And into Wisconsin and Illinois. But, I mean, you kind of see what I mean. It doesn't just have to be the area. It can be other areas too. So, anyways, had to point that out. That's a damage threat considerable for Atlanta now. So what is that for golf ball sized hail? Yeah, golf ball sized hail. So if you live in Atlanta, it's probably a good idea to get your cars inside some sort of carport, garage door, or something like that. Was the risk of the one that went through downtown Nashville? I believe that one was a 5 and Cookeville was a 2. Or no. I think Nashville was a 2%. Cookeville was not anything. Like any sort of risk.
Which tornado are we talking about?
Tennessee. Cookeville, Tennessee.
What day was that? I'm going to go find that out.
This is a nighttime tornado that occurred in 2020, I believe. Cookeville EF4. Going on with the storms near the Great Lakes? Had some hail in South Bend earlier. Yeah, cold core stuff. So it was what, 50 degrees outside? Yeah, a lot of that hail that was built up in the upper levels of that storm just came straight down. Just so happened that the environment was favorable for severe weather up too, but it was just really cold. So weird stuff happens with that.
There you go.
Yeah, so it was in the no risk, but Nashville was a 2%. So I was right. I think I streamed that day too. I think.
I should go look because that was a funny early Nate Snyder YouTube channel stream.
You better not.
I'm going.
Ugh.
Going. Gone, goodbye.
I think I did stream that day.
You definitely did.
And I missed Cookeville because I was CP time.
Yeah, you only streamed 2.5 hours.
Benton, Mississippi. Mississippi. That ain't Benton. Collins. That's another supercell, by the way. That's kind of interesting. There's nothing happening in Mississippi, my friend. There is nothing happening in Mississippi, my friend. We are good. There's stuff happening in Alabama across the board, but you know. You know how it is. Oh, that might be a spin up near Marion. Oh, we could be talking about a tornado here in a second. If you live near Marion and Heiberger, you need to get in your safe space in Alabama. Heiberger, Marion, Sprott. Get in your safe space.
Oh, up there. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Heiberger. Or Heiberger. It's probably Heiberger. Now that I think about it. What? Really?
Really?
Andrew, can you send that to Morgan, please? That's not legit. Yeah, Marion and Highbirds are in Alabama. Guys might need to get into your safe space here in a second. Might be talking about something
What is
tornadic.
that? What is that?
A lot of strong damaging winds regardless, but we got a cell merger here. See if the cell merger gets to the ground.
That was from a sounding he took from the other for Friday or something like that, then I'm not tracking this event. Y'all can have fun. Why did National Weather Service Norman just tweet a picture of a goose?
Really?
Hold up. I did tweet a picture of a goose. Yeah, Andrew, if that is for Friday, that does need to do what you mentioned it needs to do.
Chat, I'll leave this up for your interpretation. This is the National Weather Service Norman.
Does seem to be enjoying his time.
I wish I had answers for you all. Unfortunately, I do not. No, I'm not gonna 3D the goose. Go away. I am not gonna 3D the goose.
See how many layers of feathers it has.
God. It's like
Use
like
use ISO surface to see.
it's like one of those. Oh my gosh! It's like one of those games where you have to guess how many grains of rice is in a jar. No, I'm not gonna take a slice of the goose. No, I'm... Y'all need help. Y'all need help. There's your goose content. I'll retweet that too for anyone who likes the goose. No, I'm not gonna 3D the goose. Go away. Enough.
Mesoscale analysis of the goose. I hope Norman knows the monster they've created.
Are we gonna have to go to the Teeny Martini bar tonight? I swear. Bring the goose to the Teeny Martini. Oh my gosh. Demopolis? Yeah, let me go take a look. I can't. I really... My face... I am really just like all smiles right now. Like my jaw is just...
My jaw hurts.
What about Demopolis? I got a lot of strong damaging winds with that. Not really too much more than that. Andrew with the 2 says, could you please mesoscale discuss the goose? Oh my... Radar confirmed goose.
Radar confirmed goose.
Oh my PDS goose. PDS goose.
Guys, we're losing our mind. I'm glad it ain't just us. Glad it's everybody collectively that has had it.
116 on 101 on the goose. It's moving that fast each wingspan. 116 on the left and 101 on the right. Delta velocity of 217 on that goose.
Geese.
Goose out. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna reiterate this again. Atlanta, you gotta be in a sturdy structure.
Yeah.
Large hail. A lot of large hail.
I'm gonna probably put my radar on Atlanta. There you go. Now we can just a goose emerge. Can I stop? I'm not 3Ding the goose. I'm not gonna 3D the goose. I can assess the goose. I'll go that far. I'll tell you what though. Whoever decides to join the stream while I'm doing so is gonna think I'm doing the most out-of-pocket thing in the world. Like, this is a weather stream and I'm talking about a freaking goose. Flasty with the 2.5 says goose emergency. Yeah, you vote. I changed my profile picture to a. Oh my gosh.
Here's the thing, folks. You can say that we're kind of messing around all you want. There is not one severe thunderstorm warning below base, above base level right now. So
yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Atlanta got canceled. Or not expired.
And I imagine they're gonna issue another one here in a minute. But
get on it, come on, man. Here we go. Come on, boy. Bring my own goose. I remember looking on Twitter once, and some dude trained a pigeon in the city that if someone dropped trained a pigeon in the city that if someone dropped their money in the middle of the city, that the pigeon would pick it up and bring it back to his house, and he would have it stored in like a bin of all the money that the pigeon had collected. It was so funny.
There's your new damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Atlanta. So if you are in Atlanta again, sturdy structure.
Bring your cars inside to a garage.
New mesoscale construction. New mesoscale
Construction.
Mesoscale discussion concerning severe thunderstorm watch number 90. It's for Atlanta. Large hail continues across portions.
I'm done. Enough.
Goose forecasting system.
I've seen it all. The National Weather Service in Norman has confirmed that this is a goose emergency. They have confirmed on Twitter this is a goose emergency.
There's no chance.
I am done. Enough. I've had it. That's it. I'm done. It's over. We can stop the stream now. We've seen it all. We have seen it all. Confirmed or goose emergency. That is, they just got confirmed. I'm done. I am done. That's confirmed goose or radar confirmed or goose emergency confirmed. I'm done. They said confirmed. I'm done.
I love you, Andrew. Thank you for asking the important questions. Someone else asked, can you 3D the goose in the comments section?
Oh my.
Oh my god, my jaw. Oh my jaw.
I got nothing to say. I really don't.
Check your mentions again.
What do you mean check my mentions again?
Thank you, Caleb.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
This is a long track goose. This is
Y'all, we have had enough.
This is a
You
long
cannot
track.
tell. We've had enough.
Oh my gosh. The frickin' goose. I Atlanta, I hope you're in your safe space. I hope you're enjoying this.
I hope you're having fun.
EF Goose or EF Geese, there it is. Oh boy. I think the fact that everyone else is like just memeing around with it too, they're just like, yeah, they've had enough. We're just messing around at this point. My goodness. So yeah, severe thunderstorm warning, damage threat considerable to Atlanta. If you live in Atlanta, I recommend you get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already.
I am enjoying my time.
I'm just shaking. I've been shaking my head for the past 2 minutes. I've been shaking my head for the past 2 minutes.
I can imagine, even though I've not really looked at your camera all that much.
Bob, Weasel News. Tonight at 10, we have a goose emergency or a goose confirmed. We will ask the National Weather Service in Norman more here at 10. Followed by, will Nate actually be able to survive past the night? And will Morgan be able to survive this week?
This program is brought to you by your contributions from your PBS station from viewers like you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. National Weather Service Norman, by the way. Guys are amazing. You guys are exactly what you guys should be. You're professional when you need it, but you're also fun to be around when.
I mean, hey, what's it like right now by them? And in the lower 50s. pretty clear. Hey, I ain't got any complaints right now, I'll bet.
Storm north of Hattiesburg. Well, I mean, I've been looking at this storm for a good bit. It's kind of been bleh. Sucky. Sucky. Don't take that out of context, I swear. I don't want to get canceled on YouTube. I don't want to get canceled on YouTube. Go away. Go away. I've had a long night. Go away.
Looks like Norman really needs more. I did bring that up, didn't I? I was the one that started that.
How are the people at the
Hey,
Teeny Martini doing over there?
Feel free to go look. All I'm saying.
Don't take that. Yeah, go away.
Norman's one of my favorite places in the country, so don't care if they need me, I need them.
Go away.
Goose emergency. Do a GAS Goose alert system.
Yeah, we do need a no context compilation of this entire channel. We need it. No context. That is how I get my channel deleted off of YouTube. By YouTube. All the out-of-pocket things that I have said and Morgan has said. Oh boy. I need to go. Where's Birmingham? Yeah, that cell that's over near Montgomery, it was the old cell that had the old tornado warnings over near Thomasville and Camden. So now, has it become a right mover again? It tried and then it died again. It's trying. We could be talking about a tornado here soon. It's possible, but I mean, bleh. Oh my gosh. Flasty, Julian.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
A tornado warning!
Tornado warning for northwestern Wilcox County in south central Alabama.
Where? Catherine Albert. Why?
Where even?
Catherine.
Oh.
Catherine.
Yeah,
It's in the line.
I suppose. It's a bookend vortex.
Yeah, it's a bookend vortex.
It's very hard to tell, though, because of how far to look up. Very safe play. You're in Catherine or Alberta along 28 and 5 and around the intersection of those two roads. You need to be in your safe space. Underground or lowest tier, most part of your building. Particularly a bathroom break less with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado rotation as possible.
I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard to not die. I wonder if it is this an actual tornado warning or yes, it is. Okay. I just had to double check. Just had to double check. All right. Catherine, Alberta, as Morgan mentioned, Highway 28, Highway 5. This is northern Wilcox County. Need to get in your safe space. Goose. God. So Alberta, Catherine. Fortunately, this is kind of a bookend vortice. You can kind of see here that the line is kind of bowing out, but you also notice that you have a little bit of a hook on the backside right there. So that is that's where the rotation is. You get kind of just a lot of your wind that comes in the backside like that near Catherine, which is the reason why I'm saying Catherine, regardless if you have the tornado in front of you or if it's east of you, you're still going to want to be inside because that wind behind you is going to slam that area and it'll create that rotation. So you look at the velocity, it's right there. You can see it. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. I would assume it's right here. I would assume it's these grays and these reds. Let's see if storm motion can fix it. And kind of. Fixes it a little bit. But model show. Yeah, James. Yeah, James. Yeah. James Trudeau. I don't think I see a difference here, chat. Do you? Looks pretty legit to me. Oh, man. I'm gonna lose it. I really am gonna lose it.
I think we've already lost it.
Yeah, Lance. Yeah, Lance. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lance. That is true. What running on 2 hours of sleep looks like. I am losing. Neither there's a storm right now. The storm is not killing anyone that it had. The severe thunderstorm warning deteriorated. It blew down a couple of trees over in Sumter County. And that's the only report we've gotten from this thing as it continues to get to the central portions of Alabama. How's Atlanta doing? They doing all right? Yeah, they're doing all right. You think it's radar confirmed? What do you mean you think it's radar confirmed? Why would it be radar confirmed? Not on my screen. Wouldn't make sense. Beam is offline. Yeah, no. I would say no, at least. Yeah, my thing would update if it was. But it's not. Is that a new mesoscale discussion? No, it's not. Whack. Can we see some cameras in Atlanta? We definitely can. What do I have here? So what part of town are we looking? Sandy Springs. That's what you would probably be looking for right there. No? Lightning and hail like crazy? Sheesh.
Tornado. No, never mind.
It's
I thought
not.
it got shrunk. The outflow boundary is winning. This thing is not gonna.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of lightning with this storm in Atlanta. A lot of lightning. So that tells you that this storm is really active. Updraft is pretty strong. You know, I can't see Atlanta anymore. Can you guys?
Yo. Did you see this?
Did I see what? No, I did not.
My gosh.
Thunderstorm in PA over. Why does Peter Forrester get all the good stuff in weather? Why does he get all? How? Yeah, I mean, I could see the hills in front of us. I cannot see Atlanta anymore. That is gone. It's a lot of rain. A lot of rain. Yep, for sure. Rodney Thompson from Texas. Hello, hello. If you're watching the stream, evening to you. Hello, hello. Shout out. Yeah, I'm slowly starting to lose depth perception on those hills in front of us. Which is kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. It's until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Really? Really? Yeah, look at the lights down here at the bottom right over here. That's a road. And you can see they're driving into the wall of rain. Like it's an actual wall of rain. Radar Omega headquarters is north of Atlanta. Yep, it sure is. Did Atlanta have a citywide blackout or are they underwater? Nope, it's actually This is actually a storm. We've been slowly losing depth perception because we actually had a really nice view of the city. And now the rain just completely enveloped it. Enveloped the entire area. Let's see, can I get a, do I have a better camera here? Let's try this. There we go. Look at that. Wow. Cars have pulled over to the side. See that on the left-hand side, guys? Wow. Tagged you in Atlanta's on Twitter. Let me check. Maybe I like it the way you move on the floor. Maybe I like it. Give me some love. I guess I like it. Ha! I see you're starting to find good use of it, Evie. Lot of different cameras that I have on there, and I'm still adding them too. So if you have recommendations as to where, if there's more cameras that I'm missing, feel free to let me know. I'll add them. Of course, I gotta be live, but. Yeah, people are already using the camera map, which is really cool. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, just look at all the cars on the side there. Yeah, if there's any flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Bruh. That's... They're just saying, Oof. Oh, is that a car accident there? Because that's a police officer right there. Or is he just driving by? I think he's just driving by. Yeah, he's driving by. He doesn't care about the people on the side of the road. Do you need to send my email address to access it in Discord? Yup. Yup. Now, I'd prefer, all right, if, any sort of support, if we could get any sort of support for the camera map. Because with the members of the server, they have to be subscribed. They have to be a, Storm Truther. But, as your staff. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You can get it. Now, it's not going to be permanent because we're going to be pushing it to a new map and new website and stuff like that, so. New severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of time over on I-85, so northeast of Atlanta. Check Gainesville area. Gainesville specifically is... Gainesville, Georgia, all the way up there. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that you guys could get showers and thunderstorms here. So if we go back to the radar, play the loop, you can see the trajectory of the storm as it moves off towards the north and east. This is actually moving a lot further towards the left, more than anything. So it's kind of like moving that way. So I think it'll head to Gainesville, or at least there's a good chance. Will it sustain by the time it gets there, though? That's the real question. Clips with the twos says late thunderstorms in Atlanta. Do we expect a tornado? No. Nah. I wouldn't expect one. Excuse me. What are you doing? Is that a bookend vortice? No, it's just weird stuff. It better be weird stuff. Someone said rotation near Coffeyville, Alabama. Well, I know where Coffeyville is, or at least I remember-ish where it's at. Apparently I don't. There's Thomasville. Coffeyville, right there. I need to move my Jackson radar probably over to Mobile. Or actually, move my Columbus Air Force Base to Mobile. Be easier. Yeah, now it's a flash flood threat. So now it's a turnaround, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways threat.
So,
What are you thinking for an escape time at this point?
11, as I said. Even though it's
Alright.
maybe even a little earlier, but
Thinking 10:30.
10:30 maybe-ish.
If you're really tired, then
I am really tired, but I mean, there's still, let's put it this way. There's still storms technically in the moderate, technically. So, least I can do is continue to at least watch to see if there's anything that happens with the line. But I mean, yeah. That's Coffeyville over here, not Coffeyville. So I probably will have to look at Coffeyville.
coffee.
No, it's EY apparently. Don't look at me. There is a little teeny bit of rotation, but I mean, a little supercell on the southern side. Yeah, maybe. Was this a flop from a tornado potential standpoint? So far it has been, and more than likely it will. Coffeyville, Georgia? No. Mississippi? There is one in Mississippi. What about Alabama? There's a Coffeyville. Coffee. It's Coffeyville, Mississippi. Yeah, there's no coffee. Coffee. Hey, for the people who are talking about and complaining about off-topic stuff with this, listen. That's a mesoscale discussion back there, which is weird. But anyways, it's besides the point. Listen. Right. It's technically on topic because the National Weather Service is the National Weather Service. And on the other hand, there's a lot of out-of-pocket stuff that is said on the stream already. And, it's not like we goof around when there's, like a tornado in progress and stuff like that. Or at least purposefully. So, it's in a timely manner. We have our own little identity. We have our own little kind of personality and stuff like that. And sure, I get it. Maybe annoying in some instances, but gotta kind of live a little. It's not all about one thing. Gotta remember, I'm not a robot up here. I'm a person. That means I have my own emotions and my own personality, my own way of humor and whatnot, So, we were just having fun. Nothing more, nothing less. Threat of large hail continues across portions of north-central Georgia in the severe thunderstorm watch this evening. Latest KFFC radar data shows ongoing left-moving supercells. So I was going to write about that one. It is a left-moving supercell, and it probably will be heading towards Gainesville. Because it is a left-moving supercell. I'm also running off of 2 hours of sleep, as I've mentioned before, so if I don't do something out of the ordinary, I probably will fall asleep in this chair. And Morgan is perfectly fine with me sleeping on the chair and making fun of me. There's
also
a
why I suggest that 10:30 would be fine.
Yeah. Checking my phone here real quickly. And there was no real reason apparently why I needed to check my phone. So that's cool. What happens when a supercell moves left? They tend to be more elevated and hail based. So their threats more large hail more than anything. Do I think this thing is winding down? Yes, I do. Even though storms are still in the moderate risk, technically they are still in the moderate risk, it is definitely winding down. So my thinking is, as soon as this leaves the moderate and gets out into like the orange, that's when I go. That's my thinking. It's probably going to take a good bit to get there, though. Yawn. Yawning man. Yawn man. See the picture of the video of the rolling fork tornado where it looks like there was some kind of lights. Do I think it was a vehicle? Some people think so. I would think so, that it could have been a vehicle. The only reason why I say so is because It's not like it was bright the entire time. It dimmed when it spun. So, I mean, I think that it definitely could have been a vehicle. Otherwise, I don't know what else it would be. I mean, if you tried to take like a stoplight, right? And you took the stoplight, ripped it off of the poles, and your stoplight was swinging around, the wires would have had to been snapped, which means you have no power to your stoplight. You know what I mean? Too spammy. That doesn't make any sense, but okay, buddy. Didn't make any sense, but okay, buddy. I need to check the Weather Prediction Center's MCD. Really? If someone can send me the link to it, I will definitely check it out. Living Hope with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank you for what you're doing this evening. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I almost had an absolute brain.
You said that very slowly.
That tells you I am sleepy. Very sleepy. But I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I think Owensboro, Kentucky has a few cameras y'all could add to your map. I already added some of those, but if there's more than that, then yes. If you find the links to them, gimme. I will take them. Easily. God. Night, Joseph. Maybe another time. See ya, heart and soul. I'm gonna go over here. Localized catastrophic flash flooding possible in areas with overly saturated soils tonight. Wow. Corridor of intense thunderstorms will continuously track over areas of central Alabama and central Georgia tonight, where soils are sensitive from recent heavy rainfall. Hourly rainfall rates of 2 to 2.5 inch per hour are expected and likely results in localized catastrophic flash flooding tonight. Wow. Here, you guys can read it with me if I don't lose my mind while doing this. Latest HRRR guidance has continued to hone in on the ongoing areas of robust convection stemming from central Alabama to central Georgia as the focus for training storms. Okay. Interesting wording. SPC mesoanalysis shows up to 2,000 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE, while PWatts, or we'll just go with PWatts, precipitable water values, are increasing to 1.75 inches. Wow. The mean 850 to 300 millibar mean flow and bulk effective shear remains parallel to the frontal boundary, where the LCL LFC mean relative humidity values are now at or above 100, or not 100, 90% saturated. Jeez. I can't read, as you can tell. Latest HRRR shows a southwesterly 50-knot low-level jet will intersect the front, while there is also plenty of strong vertical ascent atop the atmosphere as the region is beneath the right entrance region of a 140-knot 250 millibar jet stream. Lastly, there is no shortage of vertical wind shear as SPC meso-analysis shows 60 to 70 knots worth of effective bulk shear and 200 to 300 meters squared per second squared of effective storm relative helicity available to maintain organized strong to severe storms into the overnight hours. Look for the developing area of thunderstorms over northern Louisiana and central Mississippi to act as a fire hose, delivering more rounds of strong thunderstorms into central Alabama and central Georgia overnight. The prolonged feed of rich low-level moisture into and along the frontal boundary combined with ample instability and organized convection tracking over sensitive soils is the blueprint to a potentially dangerous flash flooding event. FFGs have steadily dropped from not only this morning's heavy rainfall, which produced 2 to 5 inches of rain, but also the initial thunderstorm activity from this afternoon. 1 to 3 hour FFGs are less than 1.5 inches in the black outlined area, where thunderstorms will be capable of producing 2-inch per hour rainfall rates and potentially approach 2.5 inch per hour in the most intense convection. These locations, as well as poor drainage areas and urbanized communities, are most vulnerable to flash flooding. Given the longevity of this line of storms, expect some roads to be flooded with flowing water over roads in some cases. Flooding on roadways will also be very difficult to identify with the sun now. Very difficult to identify with the sun now set. There you go. Okay, cool. Watch for potential flooding in basements as well. The potential for localized catastrophic flash flooding will continue into the overnight hours. Ouch.
Rip.
That is an ouch. That is a lot of flooding. Excuse me. All right, it only just looks like that. I just wanted to make sure. Excuse me. Hey, Morgan, can I get a second opinion?
Mm.
Storm structure, northeast of Atlanta. Supercell or no?
I'm inclined to say no. ZDR characteristics make it suggest it's just a cluster of individual storms.
Okay. Because I see, a lot there, but you know what could help us with that thesis? Vertical wind profiles. Let's go. What do we got in Atlanta?
Yang, 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 yang.
What are the vertical wind profile? If it's something similar to the photograph, then yes, it's a supercell. Kind of. Yes, kind of. It is very HP though. I mean, look at that 3 to 7, 9, 3 to 9 kilometer range. That is disgustingly HP. That is disgusting. Oh, that photograph from KFFC though is pretty whack. I wonder. Kind of want to wait for another, few scans before I say for certain that. Appreciate it, Shell. Thank you much. Want to go to sleep in Wetumpka? Think he'll be all right. Let me pull up Birmingham's radar. There's storms that are moving around you. You probably will get a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. But I'm thinking you guys will be all right. It is heading off towards your area, so you will probably get severe weather. That is a new tornado warning. South Carolina, I'm
Southwestern
done.
Lexington County in central
That's
South Carolina.
That's
Northeastern
it.
Aiken County in
I've
central
seen it
South
all
Carolina.
today.
No.
I have seen it all today.
No.
I have seen it all today.
It's near Columbia.
Yeah.
Okay, Birmingham, gone with you.
Are you?
I've had enough. I have had enough.
It's not even in a severe thunderstorm watch.
It's not 5 tour. Why? 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 Why?
It has
That's all
side lobe. It has legit side lobe. Everything is side lobed. Where's the rotation? ZDR arc? Is that the reason why they're doing it?
Okay. Serving burgers. God dang it.
Are they doing it because of the ZDR arc?
I don't.
What's the KDP ZDR arc separation vector? No, the ZDR arc's disrupted because KDP.
Hail.
What is... Why? Hold up, guys. I'm gonna nerd out for a second, and I'm gonna actually try and figure out why they issued this warning. That is one of the smallest separation vectors I have ever seen in my entire life. That is not a joke. The angle is legit 10 degrees. big, massive KDP. Yeah, legit. This thing has little to no streamwise vorticity. Little to no. At best, 20% streamwise vorticity that it's ingesting right now.
The goose is
I'm confused. I am legit
Okay, hold up.
confused.
vertical wind profile.
Yeah, let's pull up the vertical wind profile. It's right next to the thing. Let's see.
Well, yeah, it can't ingest anything because it's moving kind of perpendicular to the right moving motion. And there's no surface shear.
That's a good photograph. But it's just super weak. And HP.
There's very little.
And it's not even moving it. It's not even.
It's moving almost perpendicular to the right moving motion. Right?
Which doesn't make any sense, because if it was tornadic, it would be a right mover. It would be moving east-southeast.
So I present to you the fact that this isn't tornadic for several reasons. Side lobe, KDP disruption.
ZDR
It's not even-
disruption.
It's not even moving in the right direction.
KDP ZDR arc separation vector being 10 degrees. Once again, chat, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I really am trying to figure out what's going on. Because honestly, I really don't know.
Folks,
There is
we're
no
trying our best.
vorticity. There is no 3 cape. There is legit nothing. There
Folks,
is nothing.
we're trying our best, but we've really had it with the last 3 days, both of us. So, you know.
I don't understand. If someone can explain to me, maybe I might be able to. Listen, alright, a warning is a warning regardless. This thing was severe warned previously for a good reason. Had very large hail, strong damaging winds associated with it. Treated as such. Though this is a supercell now. Alright, although, is it really a supercell?
It
Yeah.
can Dream.
It's fixing its ZDR arc, though. It is fixing it. But the separation vector still stands at... Oh, wow. It is 5 degrees better than it once was. Congratulations.
Very nice. The rotation's also falling off the cliff.
Was there even rotation? I couldn't even find it.
Probably not. Velocities are falling off a cliff. There, we'll say that.
I am confused. Did they try to issue it because of a cell merger? What? Really? That has to be the reason why. Go back a few frames, Morgan. There was thunderstorms that went into its RFD and they issued a tornado warning. Because if we go back in time, there was no actual decent ZDR arc. KDP separation vector is -2. I don't know. But Wagoner, Pelion, Woodford, Swansea, Gaston, those areas in South Carolina need to get indoors. They need to stay away from windows. That is a new update. Wish storm relative velocity was a little bit better in this instance. Just got a tornado watch in Prattville. I thought you guys have always had a tornado watch. Birmingham's tornado watch got canceled. I do know that. That updated. So it still has rotation, but it's just the battle of mid. I don't know. Trying to pull up to the side. Large hail is associated with the storm, though. Almost ping pong ball size hail. It's definitely $50 size hail. Really?
It's convecting in the inflow notch.
Really? I
want to go home. I want to go home.
got a place for me. It's got a nice
It's called
updraft.
in your bed.
Yeah, true. I've got a, that's a really nice updraft, though. I'm not gonna lie that it has the ZDR column. New velocity scan. It still is rotating, but it is 24.6 on top of 22.4. Those of you that don't know, that's a 47 mile per hour delta velocity. So, what's with all the goose jokes? Oh, you missed it. The National Weather Service in Norman talked about geese. And it was great. It was 100%. It was amazing. It's moving to the southeast. You sure? Yeah, it's kind of moving east-southeast now. Yeah, it might have rooted. Actually, probably did root. But it's got storms that are convecting in the inflow notch. So, I mean, off its outflow boundary. Yeah, this thing ain't doing anything. It's convecting off of its own outflow boundary. Yeah. Yeah, nah. We can go back to Birmingham's radar. See what's happening with those storms over there. Oh, did that thing just split off? No, it's the storms out in front of it. Prattville could see some strong damaging winds. It'd be something to watch.
This is so disgusting.
I explain what the KDP separation vector and what it does and how I get it. So this one's a little bit more of an advanced technique, but essentially what it does is it allows you to determine how much streamwise vorticity a storm is ingesting. And as you know, the purer your vorticity is, in this case, streamwise vorticity, the better the chance you have for tornadoes to form. So when there is a low separation vector, which is the angle of which storm motion from the KDP foot is, which is inside the storm, that big blob of KDP, and the ZDR arc, if the angle between the two is relatively low, then it doesn't really have a whole lot of streamwise vorticity. But if the angle is around 90 degrees, then it's mostly, if not purely, streamwise. But purely, I'm going to put as a loose term because it technically isn't, but... A lot of strong damaging winds approaching Montgomery now. And we are starting to get closer towards the storms actually getting out of the moderate risk. So, as I said, as soon as they leave the moderate risk, we'll skedaddle skadoodle, because we did say we would stay for that. Might be a developing area of rotation near Moss and Hayneville. I'm going to mute you real quickly, Morgan. I want to listen to something. The rotation near Moss and Hayneville started to kind of dissipate as soon as I called it out. As soon as I say something, it goes, bleh, doesn't want to do it. Which is good news. Prattville's going to be something to watch out for still. Those strong winds with the convergence out in front of the main line. They still got a spectrum width spike on that. I'm listening to something on the side. All right, I'm unmuting you. That's all I wanted to listen to. I wanted to listen.
Great.
I unmuted you to the stream at least, because it was desktop audio that I had to listen to. Latest scan came in. Still that rotation near Gordonville and Moss. So that's still something. I'm really still watching these cells near Booth. Booth and Otaugaville and Prattville. I'm watching Prattville pretty closely here. Clips with the 2 says nervous for North Atlanta. You're getting hard showers. Are you guys in just the
Worst has passed, it looks like.
Yeah.
Northern Atlanta.
Let me take a look and see. Yeah, it looks like you guys are just getting general storms, and he's talking about North Atlanta. Assuming northern suburbs. But, I mean, there isn't really too much within that. Yeah, if you're in, as I said, Gainesville is going to get the severe storm. They are going to get it. Yeah, Atlanta is in a flash flood warning. Flash flood considerable? Yeah, flash flood considerable. Yeah. Interesting, Slippy. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, a lot of these are just heavy showers and thunderstorms. I don't really anticipate them to be more severe than it already is. So.
Oh, news. Yeah, Prattville probably has a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, it would be hard to argue that.
That Wagner and Perry cell in South Carolina. Believe it or not, it is trying. It is trying. Is it doing it?
Prattville, Millbrook, Crusader, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah.
Yeah, Prattville needs to get in their safe space right now.
69 on top of 27. Storm relative, so.
Prattville needs to get in their safe space. Fortunately, we called that one a little bit earlier. But, yeah, Prattville and Millbrook. Actually, I think, yeah, we got cameras over there, I believe. Prattville. We can verify it. Yeah, we got cameras. We got cameras. We might as well use them. Trying to get a decent camera here. You know, I think some of my cameras on this map evaporated. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I would have, but they're just not here.
Skill issue, to be honest.
I would say so. Trying to look around here, guys. Looking east. This would look south. Yeah, I'm at Prattville, all right. Huh. I am trying here, guys. Yeah, I think this one's probably the best one that we're going to get right here. This one's at I-65, MP 179. That's probably a tornado warning for
Tornado
Prattville.
warning for southwestern Lexington County in central South Carolina.
No, it's
northeastern
South
Aiken County in
Carolina. They
central South
extended it.
Carolina, northwestern Orangeburg County in central South Carolina.
You know, that's cool and all, but I'm not sure if you realize, right, that there's a storm, right? It's south of the supercell. It formed off of the outflow boundary, and it's about to, you know, collide into the actual storm. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's well known or not per sources. But yeah, what in the actual? Back to Prattville. That is a new area of rotation that is developed off to the north. What camera is this looking? Yeah, if there is a tornado, it's actually going to be right here over this camera here, guys. We're probably going to see it here. Oh. A lot of lightning with this, too. Switch to the Columbia radar? I did. Here. There's Columbia radar. We've been looking at this storm since Kingdom Come. And yeah, sure. Oh, this might be it. Look at the winds on the right side. Oh, come on. It did it in the worst.
Did the radar scan update on you?
No. I hate Alabama dot sometimes. Alabama dot's not right. Yeah, that is side lobe contamination. No. I am sorry. That is a no from me, boss. That is a no from me. So much lightning, by the way. There is so much lightning. All right, let's show you the stuff here. So this is storm relative velocities. This right here is base velocities. I would use base velocities for this storm here. Look at spectrum width. You see this ball of spectrum width right here? And how disfigured it is? That's because this is side lobe contamination. This right here tells me that this thing ain't doing anything. There's nothing under it that supports it. And there's another storm that's south of it that's going to try and kill it. Go away. It looks like the storm crossed over I-65. If it did produce a tornado, it probably was very brief. Oh, it merged. Oh, we're going to see a SIG here in a second. We actually might see a SIG. And the only reason why I say is because it merged. You had two different circulations that merged within the same portion of the line. Wallsboro, Deatsville, Elmore, Alabama Highway 111, 231, US Highway 231. This is northwest of Wetumpka. You can see the surging winds going towards Birmingham here. So you have that offsetting flow. The one thing that is the hope is that the backside here doesn't jut out. So right here at this portion of Elmore, note that we've got our bowing segment here, right? If the winds don't bow out at that part and create that whirlpooling effect that we usually worry about with bookend vortices, then we're good. It looked a lot worse than the previous two scans, I will admit, but we still have 1, 2 as our main bands. And we still have a lot of spectrum width in that area too. It looked like it did produce a brief tornado, according to spectrum width. Anything with correlation coefficient? No. Good news. Could have a sig. Watch. Watch out, though. It really depends upon this next scan. It really depends upon this next scan. And I think the way that we'll be able to determine if it actually is or not is watch for the contents of this green right here. If this green goes further north and it's not as bright, then it's fine. Yes, that's Elmore, Alabama. Wetumpka, Elmore, so it'll be heading northeast. It did go northeast, and it did flatten out here. All right, it's fine. It didn't jut it out. It didn't jut it out. Scared the crap out of me. Scared the legit crap out of me. I'll tell you what.
That leads me to look at something really quickly.
That scared the legit crap out of me. Because I've seen so many instances where you had one area of rotation right next to the other, right? So you have one area of rotation, 2, 3, right? So these two merge. These two merge. And then the thing gets stronger and spins up for like a minute or two. So watch. Those two merged right there. And with spectrum width, you can see you have a spike, which indicated that we had strong turbulence, maybe something forcing itself down to the ground there. All right? And then you see the other thing of rotation over here. Now, once this thing came together, you see right there, decent outbound, strong inbound. You know, with brighter reds than it usually would have had. If we go back a couple of scans, I believe it wasn't... Yeah, we didn't even have a whole lot of reds. And then it came together, and then it fell apart right there, which is exactly what we needed. So it scared the crap out of me, I'll tell you what. That really did scare the crap out of me. Thank God it was nothing more than the first merger. It definitely will not be like last night. It definitely will not be like last night. Heck, we're gonna be going to sleep here in a bit too. Let's put it this way here. Let's try and see. So storms are getting to Montgomery right now, and they are passing Montgomery. Let's get one of our live cameras over there. I know of one. There you go. Go full screen, you donut. Oh, I guess that's cool. All right, let's do that. Be able to see it. Anything to worry about here in upstate South Carolina? There shouldn't be. They've got this weird looking tornado warning for whatever reason still going. And it now is undergoing a cell merger.
For the 1000th time. Dude, stuff is literally convecting on every side of it.
Just give it up, man. Give it up. Tornado warning until when? 11:15. So that's another 20. Give it up, man.
Do we just give up at 11 o'clock?
Listen. I'm not saying we're giving up. I'm saying we're given a clear sign that it's over. Everything is over. It's done. I can't rule out the potential for one or two spin ups, throughout the day, throughout the night, I should say. But it's pretty much over. Pretty much over. So pop my neck there. Yeah, this thing is terrible. Go away. 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 Clips with the 2. Thank you so much. This is where would you likely see the 1 to 2 spin ups tonight? Probably extreme eastern Alabama. That would be it. There might be one in like central Georgia, maybe. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty much over. It's pretty much over. That is not legit. Yeah, okay. The storm has officially killed the other one for the most part. Yeah, it performed a split. It performed a split as soon as the storm hit the other one. No personal noise. Oh boy. Oh, it is 11 o'clock. It is 11 o'clock, my dudes. We appreciate 11 o'clock. We do. Oh my gosh. You know,
What?
it's a nice little superstition and stuff like that.
Okay,
ZDR, not ADR. Yeah, it is now 11:01, which means we now can start looking forward to probably ending the stream here. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream tonight. I mean, it wasn't the tornado threat that was compared to, say, another moderate risk, but it created a lot of hail. There was a lot of ice that fell from the sky tonight. And we can take a look at the storm reports here, and you can see that. Look at all of those reports right there. That is a lot of hail. Lot of hail. And look at all the stuff that's over there also in Illinois too. From the cold core storms. So that was kind of whack. Yeah, and that was this was this morning here. The stuff in Georgia. So that was Troop and Baldwin. There's tornadoes over there. So that was kind of continuing from last night into this morning. You can see all the wind and severe weather that occurred yesterday and moved on through into today. So we had a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff today. A lot of severe weather. Wouldn't say it's a tornado outbreak. I wouldn't say this was a tornado outbreak. Definitely overconvected in that Jackson area. That one storm grew up scale and then it just blew away everything. So, yeah. All right. If you guys have any questions for me whatsoever, please be sure to ask me either on Twitter or on Discord or leave a comment after the live stream, stuff like that. It helps. It says, can you repeat the flash flood warning for Central Georgia, Macon, Warner Robins? I can. There is not a flash flood warning for Macon, Warner Robins. It's probably a flood warning. There is a flash flood warning for Atlanta, though. There's 3 vehicles stalled at I-75 and I-85. 4 vehicles stalled at Pryor Road and University Road. Flooding at 285 in Campbellton. So turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways because the roadways actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And so you can get caught. You can definitely get caught. That's another cell merger. Wow. And that might actually produce a brief tornado because cell merger. That's kind of funny. But anyways, guys, as I said, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you are new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also, follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. Join my Discord server. Yada, yada, yada. That's Morgan, all the way up there, who is dead. I'm dead.
We both are.
I am tired.
I think Friday is still kicking us in the face.
Friday and last night for me. Because I came home And I immediately worked on it. It's just... Anyways. Yeah, watch out for those violent gooses, guys. And, yeah, I will catch you guys... Oh, what the heck? Cell merger. Go away, South Carolina. Do something. If you're in Woodford...
God dang.
If you're in
God
Swansea,
dang.
if you're in Woodford, if you're in North, recommend you guys go ahead and get into your safe spaces. If you can, but... Anyways, good night, guys. I will talk to you all